hello. I am just killing all the red dots. I hide them. Thanks. All these red dots are so annoying. Why do I even have red dots here? Where can I? Here? Now? Now will you leave me alone? No. There's a dot still. Hate it here. Hee hee. You are walking on the cable. Celebration log. Actually, I knew there was a new Kiana battle to it, but I don't know if I want it. I mean, I wasn't impressed when I saw the animation. Only thing I was thinking about later on when I realized that the banner is still ongoing till April, I was like, well, this is the only Kiana that has Astra Ring. Maybe I should have her. But I am still meh. Also, the last Kiana I got was like 1 year ago, I think. I think the Finality Kiana came out around my birthday as well. So I got her, I think, on my birthday stream. So because I didn't play the game during my birthday, I'm also kind of scared to try because I don't usually have a lot of wishes in a Honkai Impact card. I don't get a lot of the currency. I usually have only like 40, 50 pulls each time I'm actually pulling for someone. And then another issue that the new Kiana battle suit needs two characters that I also don't have for the recommended team, meaning Sparkle and Vita. So I guess I will just focus on the story because we again are forced to do the story. This is one of the annoying things about part 2, that every time I enter the area, I can't choose to leave the chapter when the new chapter is added. So I can't now switch back to the chapter 3 or 4 that we didn't do. And I am forced into the storyline right away from the newest path. Which is annoying. I hate it. They should stop doing that.
Galactic Mirror _ is rating the trash with a party of 4.
Hey! Oh wait, I forgot to turn on the music of the game. Thank you for the raid! How are you, Galactic Mirror? How was your stream? You were also playing Honkai Impact first. Are you wishing for someone? Like wishing. Using the supply I don't know how it's named in Hongkong, but doing well. Thanks for asking. Is it like late or early for you? Like, I don't know if you are like going to sleep or I have a whole day in front of you. I was pulling for new Vita. Oh. Yeah, I was just talking about that I don't know if I want Nikiana Battlefield. Hey, so you're only 1 hour behind me! UK time for you. I was just talking because 1 year ago, I think, the finality Kiana came out and I got her on my birthday, and my birthday was like on Thursday last week. So maybe if I pulled then, I would have higher chances to get the new Battle Suite, but at the same time, I don't know if I want it because the animation didn't impress me. The only plus is that she has an astral ring, and another minus is that she needs Vita and Sparkle that I also don't have. So all the minuses, like I got 2 minuses and 1 plus. Fair enough. But I mean, she looks nice. I like when I was playing yesterday the trials, I was like, I like the snake a lot. Was it the year of the snake actually in China? Depending on which story you're asking. In the regular story, I was playing kinda over the place because where were the regular story factors? I got confused. Talking part 1, part 2, 1.5, and part 2. It's really hard to say how far I am into this story because I was doing the story from the start, but at the same time I was doing newest chapters, so I am not like caught up on certain events, but did some events that were later, like I did the Herrscher of Flameshun entire storyline, or the end of it mostly, and did the entire finality chapter. I didn't do 1.5, but I did do part 2, but 1 chapter in part 2 I didn't do because I forgot about it, and now I can't come back to it because the game forces me to start the new chapter. What do you mean, looks like free X for part 2? I was also checking the supplies last time. I thought that this supply ended ages ago, but apparently not. And there is a special carnival thingy. I got 10 of those, I think. Of those little thingies. And considering the thumbnail you had on story, yeah, because I did the last chapter last time. Because, like I said, whenever I enter the area of the park school and there is actually a new update, I'm forced into the story. So we bypassed 1 chapter with Vita, I think. So I don't know what exactly happened to Senadina, and I will never know until I finish this. Wait, it let me get in without forcing the story. Magic.
おなみこなみぐるっと回ってにゃんこの目
Yeah, this chapter I did. I didn't do this one. I did this one. I mean half of it. Okay. Which chapter is right now? 7. I did the 6th one. I didn't do the 7. Yeah, I know. But if I change it now, I will never learn what happened to Coralie. No. Technically no. Like I said, I did chapters 1, 3. Skipped chapter 4 by accident. Did chapters 5, 6. So I am like, only chapter 4 is not done. But I'm also like wondering what happened to Coralie, and I wrote it in the thumbnail and I really need to know. So I guess I will just follow it. I don't believe! I don't accept. Okay, I don't accept. And knowing how long those chapters are, if I start doing chapter 4, it will take me like 3 days. Because I am like streaming for 3 hours. Last time, when I finished chapter 6, I was supposed to do chapter 4, but I got tired because I was doing chapter 5 and 6 together. And it was a lot of story at once. I mean, I usually try to play chronologically, but in Honkai Impact Bird, I just didn't, and I don't care. I don't care about the spoilers, so whatever. Well, the only 2 things that I know is that in between chapter 3 and chapter 5, there was something going on with Vita, and Senadina disappeared, poof, and I don't know how. And there was also something about the goddess of Mars. That's the 3 things I know happened. I mean, I usually enjoy them chronologically. I prefer to play chronologically, but in Honkai Impact Bird, everything is so all over the place. And I am often forced into doing chapters without ways to go out. Like, I was expecting that when I click it, we'll be forced into the storyline like I was yesterday. Like, I yesterday checked and I was forced into the chapter, so I close the game immediately. Like, this is my go-to strategy. When I am forced into the new storyline, I close the game. I do that in Genshin too. Because the cutscenes reset when you close the game. As long as I didn't go far enough, it will reset. Yeah. Now, question. Do I want to know what's going on with the Vita and the goddess, or I want to know that Coralie is possibly safe? Possibly is the key word here. I think like I should follow the thumbnail. Did you do the new story though? Hmm. I was doing Honkai Impact Part 1 chronologically, but then I logged back into the game around the time when the Herrscher of Flameshen was added, and I was like, I don't know, I think I clicked something and I got thrown into the ending of the whole storyline with the Herrscher of Legion. So I did the ending and got the Flameshen Kiana from the banner. And then I did some story into the future too. And Finality in the Moon. But when I had then to come back to the previous chapter, so recently when I was playing, I think we caught up to the Legion storyline, so I could start from the start. I never knew how it started, to be honest. I didn't know that there were like people disappearing and stuff. So we started doing that, and I don't know, I think we're in Colosten or finished Colosten by this moment. I don't know if Colosten was before the Legion or after the Legion. Forgot. I have finished chapter 7 of part 2. Note 7X. I have read all the manga and all the visual novels and have done part 1 and part 1.5. Only thing I haven't done is 7X, since I need to do the new event first. Yes, the Theater of Domination arc after Colosten. Okay, so we did the whole Colosten thingy, then we did the Theater of Domination in full. So we are supposedly somewhere there, but I was also doing on stream like later chapters, like the Odsto chapter, like with Durandal on the horse, and that weird space where those weird dark black green thingies were. So we were doing that on stream too. And the Finality Act we were doing on stream too. I didn't do 1.5 because I was not interested. I was interested what is happening on Mars. Yeah, I need to just catch up with chapters. It doesn't matter at this point to me what was when, because it just gives me context for all what already happened. And here, I feel like skipping this one chapter with Vita didn't really do much to me. Maybe except that I missed some introduction of the Mars goddess or something. Oh, wait, what is interlude? Which is this? Oh, is it the interlude of the 7th chapter? So it skipped it when I closed the game. I mean, I am not skipping it with the idea that I will never do it. I am skipping it with an idea that I am more interested in Coralie at this moment. Unless there is no Coralie in this chapter, then I don't have to do it. If there is no info about Coralie, then there is no point. Then I can come back to the 4th chapter. I am not Coralie fan. I am just saying that the last chapter ended on a fucking cliffhanger that broke my brain. Because they told my favorite character, Helia, that her best friend, possible lover, is dead. And I'm like, no, that's not what happened. I don't believe it. So, if in this chapter they don't speak about what happened to Coralie, or at least do something for Helia, I'm not interested. Like, it is a cliffhanger in the sense that I don't believe them. They told me one thing, and I'm like, no, you're not doing that to me. Sounds like some opium. Copium. Well, I just don't believe that they would do it right now. That would be weird. Like, I know they killed characters in the past. And as a writer, I could understand why they killed them in that specific moment. But right now, I don't know if I see the reason. Like, I know that Himeko had to die for Kiana's character development. But I don't know if for Helia's character development anybody has to die. Especially her best friend and slash lover. Characters die for reasons. When you are a writer or a game developer, you don't kill characters just because you can. They have to serve a narrative purpose. If you kill characters just because, it's stupid and it's bad writing. So if they killed Coralie for a reason, I want to know why. And if they didn't kill her, I also want to know that they didn't. Actually, till now, the only character that actually died in the entire setting is Himeko, I think. Nobody else, I think, died except like NPC. Like NPC in the meaning like the entire city was destroyed. Oh no. I mean in the game I think it was Himeko. I don't know if Kevin counts as being dead. Oh wait, I mean does the entire previous era count? Oh yeah, Wendy died. Forgot about it. So Wendy and Himeko. I don't know if the entire previous era counts, but I feel like they deserve a separate game. Technically counts lore-wise, but does it count game-wise? Like within the narrative of the story, does it count as part of the narrative or part of some background storytelling, like background, like setting the event? So that's a different thing, kind of. Because you can have stuff that happened in the past for the sake of the current storyline that didn't actually happen within the game. So they are part of the lore, the background, but are not necessarily part of the game because you didn't play through them, because you look at the game in a little bit different way than you look at the book or a movie. So you can kind of separate that, especially if the previous era ever got their own game, or the story was included in some other games. Like, wasn't the correct me if I'm wrong, is Houkai Gakuen set in the same timeline as the previous era, or is it like a different version of reality? It was in the game as well as outside. Material lore wise, when I said settings, I mean the world and the story. Still gave more than enough. Sure, I would love to have its own game, there was still plenty. GZZ is in the same overall universe as the other foil. Yeah, I was reading about Houkai Gakuen, but I weren't able to discern if the events that happened there are a direct prequel to Honkai Impact First, or they are like a different timeline. Because there are also different timelines sometimes involved. Bubble universes and stuff. Like, I would consider bubble universes to some extent separate timelines. Which complicates the matter with this game, especially on Mars. Because how do you think about Mars? Like, does it count what happens in the bubble universes, or you count them on separate timelines? GDG is its own story. Okay. I suspect no moths. I know there are like some important characters there. There are also versions of Kianame and stuff. You can find confirmation that the Houkai First storyline was set in an alternate world line to GGZ storyline in the old notes from Houkai First Sakura Remembrance. Okay. And the more recent Second Eruption series. The fact that these were parallel stories was very helpful. Characters would appear in GZ, and soon after they would pop up in Honkai First and First. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, it's complicated, but it makes sense. If I wanted to draw it on a piece of paper, there would be a lot of lines. And I would have to use color pencils. Anyway. Yeah, I know. Bubble universe, bubble worlds. They use those words interchangeably all the time. Yeah, but on Mars, when I was playing, I got the impression that bubble universes could be also like a possibility. Though at the same time later we played and it was sad that actually they tried to save Mars and they put the cities into bubble universes, blah blah blah. Proper real worlds are the ones on Imaginary Tree, and bubble worlds are in the Sea of Mantra. So, well, technically, I think we could think of bubble universes as a possibility of those real worlds, like the possibility. Like, they could be worlds on its own, but with Mars, for example, with those bubble universes, you have like a possibility of this city existing, and possibility of that city existing. Yeah, they have planet Mars. I was actually really... It was really funny when they first met Halia and Coralie, and they were told like, "Oh, you're from that planet that is covered in ocean. I thought the life didn't exist there." And I had to remind myself that indeed, there is a time there. They are seeing Earth as it was like 1 billion years ago. Bubble words are reflections of the proper real world or other stuff. They can have their own rules and yeah, exactly. So they are reflections, but could also double for like possibilities. Like you talk about choices or happenings. Like imagine we have Hiroshima and we have possibility of Hiroshima destroyed, Hiroshima surviving. And there's like bubble universe with Hiroshima never impacted. Kind of like this. It's what I mean when I say possibilities. I just found it funny that they think that Earth doesn't have life, but they are actually 1 billion years in the past. Kinda like, it's kinda like the finality Mars, and they got stopgapped in that moment. It's kinda. I am using real world logic, not imaginary logic. I am trying to apply real physics here. I am not physics major though, so I have only the like woman understanding of physics. Anyway, so can you tell me if I can count on some resolution in regard to Coralie in this chapter, or it will be in the future? Because if it will be in the future, then I have no reason to play this chapter right now. Because I can play it later. I am trying to explain it how I understand it based on our logic. I am not trying to explain the world using our logic. I'm trying to explain to us what it means. So it's vague. It's another cliffhanger. Like, is it a Sword Art Online thing? Or is it not? It's clear. Okay, so I need to know. Wait, interlude. Give me interlude. But I like those interludes a lot. They are like very artistic. Even though I am staring at the pretty image. Wait, what? Did I click something wrong? Yeah, because I thought it was like interlude to this chapter. Ah. Wait, stop! I can't close it. I have to close the game. Well, you should have warned me before I clicked it. I told you before that I thought that interlude meant that it's the starting point of the chapter, where there's a pretty picture and they're talking. It was not actually really well explained here. Or I was not reading. Why do they name it interlude though? Shouldn't it be like named something else? Extra, bonus, whatever? I am not blaming you, I just thought you will say something in time. Because to my understanding, interlude is like the starting of something. Like, I guess it's starting something, but after chapter 7.
Captain on bridge.
Again. With stream delay and that I can only see it as you do it before you do it, I can do anything to tell you in time. I mean, we were sitting on this chapter for like 10 minutes. And I was clicking interlude in between our conversation. I thought that there was enough time. That sentence you just wrote doesn't have any meaning to me. You said, I did say chapter 7 X is interlude. I don't know what X means. Like, every time you use X, I am confused. I don't know what that means. Does something happen if I don't talk to them? Like, should I talk to them?
今日は何か面白いことあるかな
Fronia! It's the chapter name, but fair enough. Where? I don't see 7X anywhere here. It's like a shortcut to me. I read it as a shortcut of something I don't understand. I am not a native speaker of English, so everything is confusing. And I hate it. I would go into the chapter to be safe. I mean, they look the same as they did before I did chapter 5. And I don't know if I just accidentally skipped whatever they wanted to say, or the chapter is called 7X. Outside of that, but it's all okay. What the X stands for though?
今日は何か面白いことあるかな
Welcome to the Dream Seeker system. As your sweetest navigator, V has prepared this user guide for you. I read it before. Or extra, expansion.
今日は何か面白いことあるかな
That's very not intuitive.
今日は何か面白いことあるかな
I hate English every single day. Don't feel attacked, please. I may sound harsh, but I just have a beef with my not native language. Continue the main mission. Go to Langshu. Main mission. Yeah, this is what I was talking about.
人類のあらゆる言語の中
This is what I meant when I said interlude. Pretty picture and dialogues. Anyway, I understand that you're very knowledgeable. I am kinda digesting Honkai Impact part as I go. I am also like a very lore heavy person, but there are games I really can't spare the brain power on. I'm trying to digest the Hoyo games, but I also try not to digest a lot, and I prefer to just watch videos made by people who do the theories and stuff, because they are referencing the lore when they're doing theories. So I learned the lore that way. Even when I, for example, did the mission, I may have like not know that this lore is referencing this and that and that. Like recent Genshin something that is referencing the Man of Lithin that I never heard about before, because apparently I am uneducated.
いろんな方向へと延々と伸びている時間の網の上では、異なる過去が糸のように絡み合い、夢によって生まれた頼もしい主教と気だるい仕事人間という二つの存在のように、冷静沈着な騎士と感情豊かな小さな少女も、時間軸の違うタイミングで同じ存在が具現しただけに過ぎない。
Is she talking about Kiana and Brando?
金髪の凡人と黒い悪人の間に矛盾が生じたとき、誠実な正義の味方が復讐期の狂気に染まったとき。
Now I feel like she's talking about someone else.
可能性の種は一体いつ埋められたのか。
The ticking of the clock repeated endlessly, jarring in the eerie silence of this place. No, my baby! If you didn't notice, Helia is my fave here. How dare you, game? How dare you hurt my baby? I am screaming. Every inch of her skin burned, and every nerve ending screamed with excruciating pain. It felt as if half the blood in her body had been drained and replaced with cold, hateful flame. I mean, they're cute, and I got to like them. Like, I spent with them several chapters. In a haze, she vaguely remembered, as a space exploration vessel, Hyperion 11 was never equipped with any old-fashioned mechanical clock. So was all of this a hallucination? She really sounds like she's in pain. When did she start hallucinating? And Coralie's death, could it too just be a nightmare? Tell me yes. Reality and hallucination blended together, and the images in her mind grew increasingly fragmented. Only regret and pain remained vivid, spiraling deeper into the realm of illusion. Oh, speaking of which, there is a difference between killing off a character that is considered a main one and killing off a character that is considered a spare one. So if I was thinking of this game and the killing of the character that happened, then most of the cast that you don't use or don't meet within the storyline are like spares. They are like NPCs, very important ones, but the story is not about them. They're like adjacent to the story. They give it meaning, context. But characters like Kiana, Mei, Bronya, Himeko, they're more important. So in this way, Wendy is adjacent. Despite being a Herrscher, she gave me more like an NPC vibe. Personally, with the way I look at this story, there is some differences, but I find everyone important in stories. I see each thing adds something to the... Yes, I don't say they don't add anything. I just say that they have different functions and different levels of like involvement within the story. Like there are characters that are existing in the story, and there are characters that are pushing the story. So Kiana, Mei, Bronya, and even Himeko are one of those characters that push the story to happen, versus other characters that just happen with the story, exist within it. I am using NPC as a easy to understand distinction, because when you have a player character and NPC, you instinctively understand the difference between the player character and an NPC. The player character is the one who makes stuff happen, NPC is the one who exists with the within the story, and stuff happen too. Like spares, not in the sense like they can be killed off and there is no consequence. Spares like you have first, how to say it in English? Like there are first row characters, the second row characters, the third row characters, and the background characters. Kind of like. The first row are always the most important. The second row are the support characters usually. The third row are like statists in a movie, and the background characters also. It doesn't matter if we know or doesn't know. It's very visible, at least to me, that the structure of the story is made so that the story is about Kiana. And she's the main character of the story. At least the part 1. The part 2, I think the Dream Seeker is supposed to be the main character. Like, they are the ones whose story you are most invested in and whose life is most important. Everything else happens at the same time. But they are the crucial key character to the storyline happening. So, in part 1, Kiana is a key character because you know her story, you have to learn what happened to her, why the Heart of the Void was inside her, so she could go through all of those stuff, so at the end she could become finality and save the world. I also were invested in other characters. I'm talking from purely analytical media studies perspective. Like when you look at the story as a structure that you build and you see characters as serving roles or representing archetypes, in that sense I'm talking. I'm not talking about my feelings about the characters, that I liked this character less or felt this character was less important. No, I'm talking about the structure. How I think the structure was created and who was supposed to be who in the story and how the story was supposed to happen. So, I like to make the comparison between Honkai Impact Third and Naruto. Because in Naruto is the main character. But he has Sasuke, which technically is also as important as him. And you can kind of see Naruto as this gay drama that is happening between them. And in Honkai Impact Third, you have the same situation between Kiana and Mei, and at the same time you have Bronya somewhere in the background doing something important because she's needed at the end. She has to get the legacy of wealth, so she would become powerful, so she could complete this triangle of power with Kiana and Mei being the two most important Herschel's finality and origin, and Bronya is like the support, the glue. They're crucial for their role, yes, but again, I find plenty of things more interesting. Well, that depends how the story is written. Like, sometimes author just assumes, like, a lot of people, for example, doesn't like protagonists, despite the fact that author wanted the protagonist to be the most important, the most interesting character that the audience is interested in. But there's many stories in which I hear people don't really feel like the protagonist is interesting. They prefer other characters. Sometimes some gremlin in the background is the most important to them. Like, everyone interacts with the story differently, but it doesn't change the structure. Yes, I get that, but it's also looking at it from that perspective with certain criteria set for safe structure. Even objective set criteria for the structure is still subjective criteria. Well, technically everything is subjective. There is nothing objective. Objectivity doesn't exist. This is what I was taught, at least, at university. Technically, we all at university in academia try to be objective, but the truth is that nobody is, and it's impossible to be objective because everyone filters everything through their own vision, their point of view, and everything is by default subjective, no matter how much you try to be objective. To say there is this from an analytic point is fair, but it's still subjective. Agree. I mean, I am analyzing using my tools, but of course it will be subjective, though some parts of the structure will be like something that most people will agree on. What I was talking about? Yes, that because of the functions of the characters, their importance, and how they interact with the story and the structure, I would personally, in my opinion, say that Wendy was a little less important than everyone else, despite being a Hersher, which is ironic, because as a Hersher she should be important, but she kinda reminds me of that character, the Hersher of Ice. Technically she should be important, but we kinda interact with her passively. We learn of her story passively. We never actually play as her. So she's a Hersher, she should be important, but she's not as important as Hersher of Thunder, Hersher of the Void, Hersher of Sentience, because they are more like closer to the main characters roster. Kind of. So in that sense, I feel like Himeko's death is more impactful, especially because she was a mentor to Kiana. Wendy was like some random girl she met once. Here you have Himeko, the mentor, the person who needs to give you the will of fire, going by Naruto standards. And I feel like her death is something that I would not revoke in that sense. Like, with Wendy's death, I could still make up a reason why she shouldn't die. But with Himeko, with the structure, with the importance for the story and the Kiana story especially, I feel like that death was important enough to be irreversible. Because there are sometimes stories in which there happen deaths that you can make an argument didn't have to happen, but there are other stories in which deaths happen where you feel like revoking that death would unravel everything. By some of that criteria, yes, I wish they did more with her. Yeah, actually, Wendy is an interesting character. The same goes for Anna. They also could have put more. They did more with Anna a bit than with Wendy, but I still feel like there could be even more with her, especially because wasn't she like Shariak? I feel like her surname alone means that she was important. But I guess within the storyline, her importance was kind of overshadowed by everything else. It's not as important with the criteria we are using for the structure discussion, sure. Yes, with the way it was used, I agree it should be irreversible, indeed. It could add, but has more impact kept how it is, as well as for how it was used. For Kiana and the backstory of Himeko as well, the connection to Ragna. Yeah, especially to Ragna. Because I was recently reading about Ragna, and this is like... I remember doing some of those storylines in the game, and I never were sure what exactly happened. But when I started reading the Wikipedia, I kind of had this idea that the Ragna squad was sent by Shiksho to take back Kiana from Siegfried, and that was kind of what triggered the Herrscher. I was wondering, if they never sent the squad, would that really happen? I have doubts. Yeah, she is the mentor of Durandal, the person who for Durandal was the give me the flame, give me the purpose in my life. Like for Kiana was Himeko, they're like... The funny part is that the Ragna was the leader of the squad that Himeko was in, so there's this connection also, it's kind of funny. Like you have Ragna, the leader, who is mentor to Durandal, and you have Himeko, who is the only survivor of that squad, who becomes mentor to Kiana, who is clone of Durandal. There is a square here. You can draw the square with the connection. She has some bits in game, but not a lot. Ragna also inspired Rita to be a maid. Yeah, exactly. Because she was like a mentor to Rita too. Like, I didn't read the novels or the manga, but Wikipedia has like the diluted version. At least. It gave me facts that I needed. Okay, coming back to the dialogues. If she hadn't been so weak, would she have avoided such a despairing end?
Coralie.
I don't know if this is about that, Talia. The wiki definitely is a bit empty, to be honest, but yeah, it gave enough. Like, yeah, it's very empty. Like, I got into that area while, like, where is the text? Where is the rest of the text? Every other character has an essay. And I come into Ragna's wiki page and there's like... What happened here? Who stole the text?
Coralie?
Oh no, are you hallucinating?
そうだ。彼女のことを書こうとしてたんだった。
I am getting a feeling that we are going through the stages of grief here. Rejection. She's rejecting reality. Feel free to ask me any questions. Yeah, I will, when I get confused. But at this moment, everything is kind of straightforward. By this point. I had questions when I was streaming other parts. But there were more like science-y questions. Before falling asleep, the girl always made it a habit of replaying the day's events in her mind. Picking up the moments worth recording, like receiving praise, making progress, or being blessed by good fortune, to jot down in her diary. I more meant in general, and I won't tell you about Chapter 7, Part 2, so you can enjoy it blindly. I don't care. I don't understand the entire idea of people enjoying stuff blindly. To me, it's bullshit. I will enjoy stuff even when I know what happened. I spoiled myself the entirety of the Endgame MCU movie, and I still enjoyed it. I don't understand this entire aversion to not knowing anything, like fearing trailers and spoilers. It's completely unthinkable to me. It's not something I can understand or relate to. This is different. Because I thrive on consuming. I consume something, I learn something, and then I watch the thing, and instead of focusing on understanding what happens, my brain focuses on all the details, because I already knew what happens, so the brain has the power to focus on everything else. That's why when you watch a movie several times, the first time you watch a movie, you watch it in a way to understand what is going on. Then the second time, the stuff you didn't understand before, you start understanding. Then the third time, you kind of start deconstructing the themes, the story, the layers. As one who enjoys stuff blindly and likes to avoid spoilers, I don't feel the same way as well as the process as enjoying creating theories, enjoying the journey. But that's just me. I mean, the fear of spoilers... I mean, I understand people wanting to enjoy something without knowing what happens. But I don't understand when they start saying that, for example, the trailer for a movie is already a spoiler. Like, the trailer is supposed to make you interested in the movie. So you can't call it a spoiler. It's an advertisement. That's just the small way of me saying why I do things the way I do, as well as doing my best to let others enjoy it. I am the Jolene Kudrow of the universe, and I accidentally spoil stuff to people because I assume they watched it, and then there's drama. I mean, I didn't watch any trailers for this game till 7.9. I started in 5.2. 5.2 was which update again? I remember that I joined the game when there was... I feel like this Herrscher of Sentience was introduced, or was at least second time. I feel it was the first time, but I don't remember. I don't actually remember how long ago I made the account, but it was... I was already playing Genshin for a few months. When Mobius came out, so around chapter 20. So I think I started playing before that. But I was not playing constantly. Like, I was forgetting of this game, logging after like 6 months or a year. As well as Elysian Realm, sort of up to chapter 2, I think not chapter 3 yet. The diary's sole audience was the keeper herself. As for negative thoughts or emotions that needed venting, those were left for the shout and sweat of training. There was no need for her to...
彼女のことはやっぱり理解できない。一体どうやったら基地に来てから10分も経たないうちに処分を食らえるの？その上、反省する様子は全くないし、時々音が鳴るゲーム機を持ったまま木陰の下に座り込んで私たちの訓練を見てるだけなんて。転校生ならまず環境に慣れるのが大事だよね。
I am getting the feeling that she's reminiscing about Coralie. Like, sometimes when you grieve someone, you start reminiscing about the time you met them, the good memories and stuff. Also, you say it's advertisement, but it's still a spoiler. If people haven't seen it, still hints and gives pieces. The only reason I watch them now is that's what Mihoyo wants people to see, and trailer stuff and some bits don't happen in the game. But yes, I get your point. I mean, the idea of the trailer, like, it's named the trailer because it's supposed to show you some interesting things from the story that are supposed to hook you up. They are supposed to serve as a hook. Like, when you read a book, the first sentence in the book is the hook. It needs to be interesting enough to make you read the thing. And trailer kind of serves the same purpose. Yeah, when you are hooked, it doesn't work that way. But, for example, some people can get tired of the game or disinterested in the story. Like, the trailers also can serve that purpose to reignite the interest, you know, when the game is as long as MiHoYo games and has constant updates. Again, everyone's journeys and experiences is different. Yeah, but at this point I have the feeling that it kind of became some kind of paranoia, and it kind of sounds unhealthy to me, like, to be scared so much of everything. Sure, they can, but I would like the ones who like to be blind be allowed to stay blind and not be spoiled. I wonder if people who enjoy blindly, like you, do you replay or rewatch later the stuff you watched? Like, do you get the enjoyment from rewatching? Just spoiler etiquette. Yeah, but with the trailer culture, I kind of separated the trailer part of the stuff from the actual contents. Like, there's also that nowadays they do the spoilers in such a way that they also are kind of jumbled up and include the scenes that don't happen to kind of make you more interested. Like, there are, for example, people who watch trailers and are like disappointed when there was like a cool scene in a trailer and it didn't happen in the storyline, because it kind of feels like false advertisement, like they promised you something will happen and it didn't. Hmm.
しかも午後の訓練でたまに彼女と目が合ったけど、変顔で私をからかってきて、そのせいで私まで減点されちゃったよ。
I watch the trailers now because I am updated, so it's fine now, but yeah, that's also the reason I'm not a fan of trailers sometimes. Not even what they show. Of course, it's been a bit since that, and MiHoYo has done a good job overall. We will never leave this chapter if we keep talking. But I liked also talking, because chat, when it's empty and nobody talks, it's kind of sad.
Oh.
Delinquent transfer student, what are you doing? A problematic Yuri here? This kinda looks like Yuri to me.
どう？これなら変顔なんてしてられないでしょ。
そんなに見たいならもちろん特別サービスしてあげてもいいよ。
Wow, it's big for a reason. I feel like this deserves one gay.
ただ先週みたいに思わず吹いちゃったのを私のせいにするのはやめてもらえる？
I mean, I have the feeling that the entirety of Honkai Impact Bird is a lesbian story. Like, I am obviously a woman, so I like to imagine that my captain is also a woman. and I don't take no for an answer. But if the captain was a man, if I was him, I would feel like a guy that watches someone else's life because his life is boring. And he is enjoying all those women getting together when he is alone. I mean, some people like to be alone. I nowadays. That irritating face curled into another smirk, and she immediately responded by pressing harder against the body she had completely pinned down. It's doing it on purpose at this point. The pain, though not severe enough to cause injury, would surely strip away the mask of the time. Please the rabbit on her head. It has a lot of lesbian stuff, yes, but not everything is. I would say, and definitely teams of Yuri, but not everything has for... As for the captain, yeah, I don't think they have a gender confirmed. I hear there's actually several captains, and each of them is different. Like, the one that we are playing, I remember that Ai-chan refers to us as time, I think, once when she spoke to the camera, and I was like, wait, I am included? I am some cosmic force that observes? Or was she talking to someone else? But when I was playing the game, I definitely got the impression that, for example, Kiana and Mei are supposed to be together, Bronya and Celia are supposed to be together, Helia and Coralie are supposed to be together. And Himeko is like this... I don't know for sure, but I could call her the only straight woman in the vicinity of the character. Like, I get the feeling that everyone is kinda gay here. Either lesbian, or bisexual, or asexual, or something else. But they're the straight people are like the minority. I mean, there's a captain, the captain verse, and there's a captain for the Bleach, or yes, observer, but again, I only know that thing so far. I mean, we have Dr. May and the straight couple, like, this is the funniest shit, because when you play this entire game, and you learn about Kevin and his background, you get this feeling that Kevin and Dr. May are like the token straight couple. Which is the funny inversion, because usually when you play games or watch movies, it's the other way around. Like, there's like a token gay relationship somewhere in the background. But here you have the inversion, like Kevin and Dr. May, like token straights. I am not trying to say that their relationship is not important. I'm just laughing that they are like added just to be. So we wouldn't forget that straight people exist. And it's just funny inversion, especially from me, who lives in a country where gay marriage doesn't exist. And we only, like, 2 weeks ago got a new new update to our law that includes no hate speech against queer people. So we didn't have that 2 weeks ago. So, you know, I am enjoying actually. I can't have my gay marriage yet, I have it here. Yeah, that actually, I was surprised, because good stuff happening in my country is like very rare. So I was like surprised that something good actually happened here. Like, when something good happens here, you are supposed to gasp and be surprised and shocked. Oh, I forgot about wealth, but about wealth, I am kinda on the fence. Because I have this one crack ship with wealth that is gay. So I don't know how to classify it. And I also get the impression that Einstein and Tesla are supposed to be old married couple somewhere. I know that Welt and Tesla adopted a kid, but I feel like Welt is kind of like not needed for Tesla and Einstein's existence. Yeah, but my crack ship doesn't involve Otto. My crack ship involves the man with a lion. I don't know if you know who I mean. I saw one fanfic. Or more like saw a few fanfics, but the one that actually read. And that fanfic was really cool, actually. Welt and Tesla are guardians for Joey, not concrete. Yeah, exactly. They are like the guardians. Like you can adopt a child together, but you don't have to be together. There's a possibility, but it's not the truth. It's a possible truth.
マッサージに行くとよく先生に痛みに強いねって褒められるんだ。だからもうちょっと頑張って。こんなことをしてたら人に勘違いされるかもしれないし。
Yeah, he's a clown. I feel like Tesla and Welt kind of feel responsible for him because they were both friends of the original Joyce. But I don't say that they don't love him, you know? Just, you know, kind of feel like they should create him some kind of family, you know? Hello, Zetka! How are you today? The gayness is increasing with this team here. I have to add another gay. Because they're talking about massage. Be a little more rough with your massage, hell yeah. They're keeping an eye on Joy out of being kind, and yes, maybe the Joy's thing, and sorting the mess Kokoya party caused. Yeah, but when I was reading recently the Wikipedia and learned how Welt disappeared, I kind of felt bad for Joy, because from what I read, it kind of sounded as if he could blame himself for what happened. And I was like, this is just a teenage boy, are you going to throw this at him?
そんな小賢しい真似が通用するのは1回だけだよ。だから今のあんたには何も残ってない。
そう？でもまだ逆転のチャンスがあるみたいだよ。
I mean, yes, Void Arca did take Welt, yeah. So Joey might blame himself. Yeah, I felt kind of bad for the child. Like, I tried to put myself in his shoes and imagine what I would think about what happened. And I had only bad thoughts. My daddy disappeared because of me. Where is daddy? Daddy, meanwhile, traveling through space in a space train, having everything. YOLO! Like, Welt doesn't look as if he was in a hurry to come back. And I kind of felt even more bad for Joey because Welt is just chilling. Understandable. Unfortunately, this is Honkai Impact Bird. Yes, but this is Honkai Impact Bird after the Earth was saved twice, I feel like some good can happen now. I'm sure he will come back one day when he can. Yeah, but the thing is, his attitude towards this entire journey makes me feel bad for Joey, because Welt could come back when Joey is like 50-year-old grandpa. And then Joey will be like, "Where have you been, father? I was waiting for you for 30 years." And what is Welt's excuse? I don't know. Will he be like, "I was trying to find the source of the sky's people, and it took time." Meanwhile, remembering all the stuff he was doing instead of doing. Welt is doing the best to just get through life and his circumstances. I'm sure Joey would understand. I feel like Welt is treating Honkai Star Rail as his vacation that were due, actually. Because he spent a lot of his life doing stuff, and I feel like the vacation was long overdue. So I am not blaming Welt, I'm just laughing at the situation. I mean, he's still fighting. He sometimes is fighting, because sometimes he's staying on a train and soaking that he can go. Because Himeko said that they are safe. And I am always like, "Oh no, Welt is staying on the train. Whatever shall he do?" Fighting doesn't have to be physical. Yeah, he can just play chess with Himeko, or fighting for his life, trying to avoid her coffee. That also counts, I guess. He uses the mind and uses words that is helpful in his own. Yeah, especially when he tries to turn down Himeko's coffee. In an instant, the world turned upside down, and before she could even grasp what had happened, she found herself awkwardly kneeling on the ground. That's gay. Then a mocking voice whispered in her ear. I know that the Herschel reason is more the mind and knowledge of structure, but did you saw what Welt is doing with that knowledge of structures? He is creating tongues. And doing a lot of... I actually, sometimes, when I imagine the dramatic scenes that could happen in Honkai Star Rail, I always see Welt somehow recreating the Xianzhou ship or Arahato in space to impress everyone around. And then happens. Yes, he's creating animation. Makes sense to me. He is like the ultimate shonen protagonist. Kind of. He is knowledge and structures, but also explosions and coolness.
どう？これなら変顔なんて見てられないでしょ。
This is gay! How am I supposed to live with those two here? Flirting! How am I supposed to live with the knowledge that one of them is possibly dead? I can!
認めたくないけど、あの性格の悪いやつには本当に才能があるのかもしれない。テストで負けたのは相手を甘く見ちゃダメっていう教訓にしよう。
That sounds like the typical situation of A-class student doesn't expect that the person who looks like they never opened a book is better than them at studying. Not sure, but I am sure you will maybe find a way. My way will be copium. unhealthy amounts of chocolate and depression.
次は絶対に負けない。もし負けたら。
Her pen abruptly stopped at the final stroke of the word lose. By the time the ink had bled into an unsightly blot, she realized that her diary had once again strayed from its intended purpose, and even her fingers itched to tear out the page. Fortunately, her competitiveness reason prevailed just in time, sparing the already torn diary from further wounds.
変だよ。なんで彼女のことを書いたからといって、このページを破らないといけないの？
Because you are angry in day. You want to deny it. Indeed, this emote represents that as well chapter as in a poor diary. Wait, what? You mean the emote with the magnifying glass? If her diary had consciousness, it might have complained bitterly at her anger-fueled gesture or silently wept over the disruption of a years-long habit.
コラリー、覚悟して。あんたに勝ったら、このページがいっぱいになるまで書いてやるんだから。日記を書く気もなくなっちゃったし、もうちょっと練習しよう。
Yes, the mirror. Its name is I don't know how to pronounce. Chopescope? Chopescope? I don't know. Is H silent? But I like the dynamic they're trying to kinda show us here. Because, if you didn't know, I really like delinquent characters and I really like delinquent romances. As in the emote is called reflects the situation, not is just a chapter as in chapter and then hope and cope combined. Let's say that I understood that.
その前に、まず装備を身につけないと。
We are getting the school days, I guess. Oh, the old architecture of the previous game. I didn't see that in the part 2, like forever. Who is that? That's sus. Who is that sus person? Who that person? You're sus! Valkyrie Chronicles Remnant 1 Prologue. Dedicated to the forgotten heroes, civilization's last protectors, and my beloved friends. I often recall our days in Estafreya. Those leisurely laughter felt just like yesterday. But now I stand alone above cold tombstones, unable to even offer a bouquet of flowers for remembrance. They were all soldiers who fought till their last breath against calamities, brave warriors who defended civilization, noble knights who kept to their oath and devoted everything to ensure humanity's survival. Even the best of my limited words cannot depict a fraction of their beauty. I merely hope that these words will carry my infinite yearning. May their souls be with us for all eternity. It's not a full word. Sorry for confusion. No, it's okay. It disappeared. That was us. Analyze this report on the 15th calamity. Summary. This universe's Earth can't have a break. Like, you saved the world from the Honkai. Oh no, the sky people appeared. Oh no, there is another calamity. Give it a break. Let them rest. Oh, this is long. Basic info. Vividly illustrated the 50th calamity descend in the style of a web novel, when anomalies continuously occurred in base Note 12. As predicted in the novel, New Shiksha immediately stopped the continuation of the novel. Yet people who were obsessed with the 15th calamity ignored this warning and continued to write the unfinished novel. The 15th calamity completed its evolution as these people passed the work from one to another. They had a calamity fueled by collaborating writing. Collaborative writing. Effects. Base Note 12 was completely destroyed, but approximately 30% of the population safely evacuated with the help of the super soldiers. Is anyone going to survive on that planet, like anytime soon? Supercomputer analysis. The 15th calamity's potency is on par with the incomplete 6th calamity. The theory of its origin is similar to that of the 7th calamity, and is very likely the remnants of the 7th calamity. The 16th calamity... Oh, something is in my throat. 16th calamity is estimated to arrive in 204 days, marking the start of consecutive calamities. That sounds bad! Extended reading. 1. The incomplete 6th calamity. After the 5th calamity has been overcome, the 6th calamity did not descend for a long time, but finally appeared in an invisible form, one that cannot be seen or detected by the technologies in this world. It appeared without any foreshadowing omen and devoured everything within its range of movement. It triggered numerous cases of missing factory waste all over the world. In the end, it was destroyed by 3 bombs, with shells of factory waste holding high energy cores. Second, consecutive calamities, a term used to describe the consecutive occurrences of the 6th, 7th, and 8th calamities. They buried the past, devoured the present, and annihilated the future. The 6th calamity affected the central brain, allowing it to rapidly distort the form of the City of Eternity, which held millions of consciousnesses. When Shiksha finally broke free from the calamity's restraint and saw the City of Eternity again, the hourly game of death had already occurred 19 times. The 7th calamity extended its reach to all modules, links, applications, and shortcuts in its deep learning entrance, and easily captured any humans who accessed the entrance out of habit or curiosity. The great structure that humans had given the data world was reconstructed into an abyss for consuming reality. The 8th calamity caused all living beings that had accepted mechanical modifications to suffer backlash and manipulation from machines. Large-scale cyborg violence erupted simultaneously worldwide. I also like all the stuff. I am always reading. But I noticed that when I am reading aloud, I am not understanding as much. Because I am the silent reader. I understand the text better when I am reading in silence. But on stream I prefer to read aloud, so automatically I understand the text less. Also, I actually got interested in Honkai Impact third because of the Genshin Impact, because I saw the character that people started saying came from this game, which was the Herrscher of the Void, like the unknown god that met the traveler at the start of the Genshin Impact. Looked exactly like Herrscher of the Void, so I got interested because of that. And then when I was playing Theater of Dominance, I was already far into Genshin and I couldn't stop thinking that everything reminds me of Genshin in that stupid place. Like, there were even the same symbols. I do better probably reading out loud, but can also read in my head. For me personally, I see that I when it comes to certain types of writing. For example, when you write poetry and you need to place the accents correctly in poetry, reading aloud is recommended. Because when you read aloud your poem, you can kinda subconsciously understand where the accent is. So you can correct the poem so the accents would be aligned in the way there should be. And reading aloud is also sometimes recommended for writing prose. But I can give you an example of that right now, because it slipped my mind. Well, Genshin is part of the overall... I know! I hear that the first stuff appeared as kinda... People thought those were like Easter eggs, and they appeared when Otto was doing something for his research, and there were like images of the Volin from Genshin Impact. People thought those were like Easter eggs. But the more and more people played Genshin, and the more and more people played Honkai, and then Honkai Star Rail, I started getting more and more the feeling that the Genshin world exists in the Hoyoverse, but in a very specific way. Like now, in Honkai Star Rail, there is a world Amphorius introduced, and when I was playing through Amphorius, I got even more of a feeling that the Genshin is supposed to exist in Hoyoverse because of all the references inside Amphorius, also the design of the clothes, like of Otto in the chapter when he was changing the storyline to save Kallen. His clothes, the design reminded me a lot about the clothes from Genshin. So those little stuff, like the architectural similarities, symbols, the design of clothes, the references, it kind of gives you this feeling that the world of Teyvat exists somewhere in Hoyoverse. And I was actually considering that it may be like a hidden world to which only a few people have access. We just don't know if it's a bubble world or a proper real. Yeah, exactly. We don't know if it's real or a bubble universe or something else. Interesting, I didn't know about that. So you do I don't do poetry. I had poetry classes because I studied writing. But I sucked at them. I only wrote like 1 or 2 poems that my teacher liked, and everything else she didn't like. She hated it. And she hated me because I was then on this road that I was trying to insert all the physics meanings into my poems. So I had to later explain that when I was writing this and this part of the poem, I was meaning light in the sense, like in physics, the light can be a particle, but it can also be a wave. And I saw her face. I saw this hatred for science on her face. Because usually when people are into humanities, they're not into science. But I am not like that. I am the person that most humanities students despise. Because I like science too. Yes, Otto observed Balin in chapter 17. Yeah. I can see that, yeah, I'm not up to Amphorius, but can see bits here and there, but yeah, I can see some of the Genshin themes. Ah, I see. Thanks for the clarification. But you kept that info, so I feel you still know what you just said. About poetry, I mean, because like you said, you studied right. Yeah, because the teacher that was teaching us poetry actually told us to read our poems aloud, because she noticed that a lot, if not all of the class, had severe issues with spotting the accents inside the word. Like in Polish, in my language native, the accent is on the second syllable from the back of the word. So you count from, if a word has like 5 syllables, then the accent is on the second from the back. So when you write poetry, it has meaning because those accents have to align with the structure of the poem, so the poem would have that rhythmic thing going on. So the accents have to be in specific places, like you write a poem and you have like the whole poem when the accents are like in a specific way. Agreed, everyone is different and there's nothing wrong with that. Sorry, your teacher did that. This is why I'm not a fan of criteria. People can be open-minded. Sadly, when they do it too close-mindedly, I see. Thanks for it. I mean, this was a university teacher. So, at university, you have people who technically should be open-minded. Like, when she was teaching us interpretation, she was very open-minded. She always was like, there is no single interpretation of the work. Every work can have endless number of interpretations, and every interpretation is valid and stuff. But when it came to poetry, she was very strict. And she didn't like most of my poems. Probably because I liked science too much. But she liked 1 or 2 of my poems, which was like an achievement. I also got the feeling that she overall thought that I was stupid for some reason. Yeah, so you would hope if they have some perspective, they could have been more open-minded. In that nice to hear outside that they did well.
ヘリアだ。ついてないな。
Are they the mean girls of this universe?
話中なんだけど、わからない？
They sound like the mean girl.
ごめんなさい。
That also feels familiar. Like, people didn't like having conversations in the same room with me. Because I didn't know when something was a secret and something was not, because I need to be told directly, to my face. Don't tell that to the others, this is a secret. I need this to be told. Because I can't say which information is supposed to be a secret from deduction either. Outside of poetry strictness, I mean. Since you said they did well outside that, yeah, understandable. I mean, she also had this weird, she was reading Harlequin in her spare time and she was acting as if it was her guilty pleasure. So she could be strict with literature and stuff. And especially with poetry, but when it came to interpretation, she was following the rules of the death of the author essay, meaning that the author is not important when it comes to interpretation. Author is just one element, one interpretation. The text is free. The freedom of interpretation, the meanings hidden in the text are more important than what author thought or wanted to say, you know, what they thought they said. Actually, I also follow this rule because I never know what my text says until I sit on it and do the interpretation like on class. Then I discover that I am actually a genius, but I didn't know. Like once on class, I wrote a text and then part of the passing of that class was writing the text, but the second part was interpreting that text. And I wrote the text and interpreted it, and I was like, wow, there's so many meanings. I didn't even know they were there. Like, I didn't even know that was there when I was writing that. That also reminds me that once my friend, when read my fanfiction, she said that she sees wolves in my text. And when she explained how and why, and I read the text again, I could see the wolves, like the meanings hidden about the wolves, the references. But before she said that, I could. I am actually really proud of my writing. And of my interpretation skills. Even at school when they tell you that you can only interpret the text in one way to get the good mark, I still could do it well. I could kind of guess what they wanted me to say. But I really enjoyed the freedom of interpretation at university, because that way I could look at the text from several different points. And when, for example, at interpretation class, several people chose the same text and wrote interpretations of them, and then I read them, I could see that every single one of us was right in their own way. Even though the text was the same, every single one of us saw something different in it and focused on different parts, on different meanings. That's a fantastic thing. Hell yeah, yeah. Hey, Wuzetka said hell yeah, hell yeah, and I read it as hell yeah, like the character's name, and I am like, I am already too deep in this, that I am starting to read hell yeah as hell yeah. Mean girls! Are you mean? But you're smaller than me. Look, they're like babies. Mean baby. On the
ゲーム
topic.
機こんなものを床に落とすなんて彼女もうっかりしてるんだね。
That's probably Coralie. On the topic of interpretation, I love that in MiHoYo's lore, how cryptic and ambiguous and the infinite possibilities that can exist within impersonal meanings and different angles. Actually, that's actually how I also like, the reason why I also like the games, but mostly because the same way it is in Dragon Age series. In Dragon Age series, when you have lore, you always have to remember that every piece of lore is said by someone inside the story. So they can be wrong. You have to always remember that someone can be wrong, so you can't really take the lore at face value either. And I feel like HoYoverse does the exact same. Plus, they also do this interesting thing that most games don't do. Meaning, when you have mechanics of the game and the narrative of the game, they often don't go in tandem. Like there is tons of games where you have some mechanic that is against the lore of the game, and in HoYoverse games, I feel like it's not the case, especially with Genshin, where every mechanic has a meaning and a foundation inside the lore of the world. So you don't feel like your immersion is broken whenever you fight, for example, because the mechanics are explained within the lore and it makes sense. As well as the characters only having a piece or perspective, yet it's an unreliable narrator after all. MiHoYo lore is what we think they might be, this one angle or another that can exist. Yeah. There is no narrator, no authority person, maybe except I, that could give you some clarity on what is going on. And even I is a character, and even she can be wrong. Or this is just what this is for now, but there is probably more to it. I mean, it's kind of like building the world from bottom up rather than from up down, kind of thing. I still isn't everything, I would say, and it's a fantastic and interesting character that I love a lot. A Hyperion Lambda, I mean. Yeah, like I said, she has some more understanding of the world because she's like this fourth wall breaking, omnipresent, omnipotent thing. But at the same time, she also doesn't know everything and she can be wrong. So even she is not an authority you can trust like 100%. What happened here? Is this Coralie? Hey, wait. Whose locker is it? The moment she opened the locker, a pang of pain gripped her heart. Perhaps it stemmed from common compassion. However, acting on that compassion by becoming a self-appointed detective determined to uncover the culprit was from an angle little more than meddling. Well, hell yeah, every protagonist does meddling. So this is Coralie's locker, I assume, and those are bullying doodles. Like, I can see the bone, it kinda feels racist. Cause she is a doggo. Agreed, it's just best to keep everything in mind, not trust every word spoken as universal truth. Yeah, that's why I actually never take anything in those games at face value. The Dragon Age series taught me well to not trust anyone. However sad that sounds, that's a really useful way to think of the world. All she could do was organize the scattered items and gently close the locker door, pretending the gaming handheld had never dropped. So the mean girls opened the locker and kind of vandalized it. Mean girls, that's racist!
これでいい。
Hell yeah, you could have at least scrabbled the doodles. Sticky note on the locker. Front of the sticky note. I must join the Calamity Assault Squad and bring my parents to Base 1. Try to make friends. It's alright if I can't make any. Drink more water. That's a good. The third one is something I don't do. And should do. So it's best to come to your own conclusions or theories or personal meanings as long as keeping in mind everything to make said thing. Otherwise, we wouldn't know anything, etc., or be able to communicate or discuss. There are some people who think in similar ways to me, but have, for example, more knowledge and more education in certain areas. Like, for example, when it comes to Genshin Impact, I like watching lore videos from Ashikai because her way of thinking is very similar to mine. But she has more of a knowledge, so she can more apply it to the lore she's finding in the game than I can. But we have similar way of thinking because we get stuck on the same things. Like when I actually got into her videos when I noticed that she was asking questions. What those murals in the domains behind this silver tree mean? And I was like, I was obsessing over that mural because I wanted to know what they mean. And also the same with visions and delusions. I also got obsessed about them. Ashikai is at good theories, but when they did Honkai Impact third ones, I felt a bit mixed on her. She did good Genshin ones though. I never saw her doing Impact. I saw her doing Star Rail though. I think I didn't like one of her Star Rail theories because it sounded too much like a tinfoil hat kind of thing. But well, even tinfoil hat theories have merit sometimes. Sometimes I can assume that something is not that crazy, but it can turn out that it actually was that crazy. She did do some third ones. They weren't great in some way, but again, not hating and story reading is interpretation. Yeah, but I also hear that Ashikai likes Homolabs, and I hear that people don't like Homolabs for various reasons, including misunderstanding lore or not understanding stuff. And I mean, that's also an opinion and interpretation, but I feel like people who disagree with Homolabs would also disagree with Ashikai because Ashikai likes Homolabs. So her ideas of the game are already kinda changed because she watches Homolabs. I watched a few videos from Homolabs, but at some point I stopped. I don't remember what was the reason. I just don't like when someone ignores important info on the lore. Yes, Homolabs is fantastic. I mean, some people say that Homolabs is not fantastic, so this is like everybody has different opinion on Homolabs, and I'm like, some people say it's great, some people say it's not great, some people say they misunderstand the lore, some people say that they understand lore, and I'm like, kinda, what's the truth? Homolabs states his theories or reading stories interpretation, not to take everything 100%. Yeah, true. Back of the sticky note. Darling, mommy and daddy don't long for base 1. You just have to learn how to protect yourself. Oh, remember to make more friends. Don't try to endure everything alone. A friend in need is a friend indeed. If you make new friends, remember to tell us about them. Lastly, drink more water. You always go for hours without water. The training at base no 1 must be rigorous. You need to hydrate yourself. So this is a sticky note from the daddy and mommy. And I guess the mean girls would make fun of you if they found the note.
どこに隠れていようと、それから逃げることはできない。
This line from the admission oath, which encapsulates the essence of Calamity, also served as her personal mantra to motivate herself before each training session. I actually were wondering why Valkyries exist still. Like, I kinda hoped that Earth could kinda break after the Sky People. But I feel like... Wait, stop. This happens before Sky People. So are the calamities related to Skyfluke? Yes, but from my personal criteria of being as honest and accurate, Homolabs does a fantastic job. As for once against him, not sure why he clears up a lot and seems one of the most ones to understand the angles to Mihoyo lore and how it's not so straightforward. His Apo is 2026, this is 2024. Yeah, so we are 2 years before we learned that the people from beyond the sky exist. The sky, in a sense, I guess, the sky is used liberally here, like not the sky. I suspect, I thought that the sky people were supposed to be like people from outside the solar system. The Sky People appeared in 2005 in Alien Space manga, but Apo is 2026. Yeah. I thought Alien Space was the manga in which wealth disappeared. Does it also cover 2026 and onwards? kinda? What happened after? Post Honkai Odyssey? Uh-huh. Okay, I get it. So yeah, this happens in 2024. So I suspect those calamities may be related somehow to something. But I digress. When will the 15th calamity strike? Which bases will it destroy? And will the so-called final calamity predicted by the supercomputers completely extinguish the last embers of human civilization? It kind of feels sad that they still have to fight something like this after everything that Kiana had done. Become the goddess and save the people from the Honkai, and kind of feels like it kind of undermines her efforts. But at the same time, it's real. Like, in real life, the end of the world doesn't end in the moment when the protagonist wins. I am just thinking loosely now. I don't have any solid proof right now. I just thought that logically, Kiana becomes a goddess and stops the Honkai, and then suddenly there are some calamities that happen, so either the calamities are related to what happened before them, like to Honkai, to the Project Stigma and stuff, or they could be related to what's happening after them. Because usually when stuff happen, they have some kind of source or relation to something else. So I was like thinking, so either Sky people could be related, or it may be just consequence of previous stuff happening in the game. I agree, it's possibility, just wondering. No worries, he wondered on the thought process. Well, Kiana is asleep, right? Yes. That's also a factor, like, the fact that she goes to sleep after winning is also like kinda like an invitation to anything bad to appear, because she's not watching, she's not controlling, she's not here, she's logged out. So I was kind of thinking in that criteria that calamities could be related to the Sky people because Kiana became the goddess and she went to sleep, and maybe someone saw the opportunity to do something, you know? In an era where the global order was shattered and societal systems were completely reshaped, she could only cling to constant reflection, desperately searching for a shred of purpose amidst the gnawing fear. I have the feeling that the Honkai Impact Earth has a similar kind of setting as Gundam Universe. The Gundam Universe also can take a break. Never, ever, ever.
頑張ろう。私に残された時間はそう多くない。
As usual, she began calibrating her training weapon, a task that left no room for error. Yet the distant chatter still burrowed into her ears. After all, there were only 4 of them in this tiny space.
教官から聞いた話だけど、コラリーは第13基地の実戦ですごい成績を残したから、特別にこの第1基地に配属されたらしいよ。
Talking behind someone's back.
天才ってやつ？脳裏で来たばっかなのに、うちの優等生のヘリアをボコボコにできたんだね。
I thought there were mean girls. Why they are suddenly in awe?
彼女たちは間違ってない。負けは負け。口だけじゃ他人の考えを変えることはできない。
でも私が聞いたのは別バージョンだったよ。考えてみて。あいつの中で一番目立つのはやっぱりあの耳と尻尾でしょ。
Fantasy races! Even being in awe can still be unkind. Yeah, true. They can be mean-spirited.
わかる。教官は最悪の影響による変異とかなんとか言ってたけど、人間の体にあんなものが生えてるなんてやっぱ怖いよね。
This is why she's a doggo. I actually never asked myself before why she's a dog. I kind of just accepted it. Like, I saw weirder stuff in part 1. Dog person, not weird.
ヘリア、自分のことに集中して。彼女たちは無関係な人の話をしてるだけ。
Exactly like the Vodka sisters. Rosalia and Lilia. But they were kind of like attached. Not in the same way, you know what I mean. That they both have tails because of Honkai. We learned about that in the 7.0 Hyperion Lounge just before part 2 came. So I watched that one, but I may have forgotten. Sure, definitely different though. Yeah, but Honkai is a specific force in this entire universe. Also, in previous updates, there was a whole Sparkle storyline, and I was kind of wondering, okay, assuming that the Sparkle appearance is kind of canon, what does the Honkai mean for Honkai Star Rail? Because that update kind of implied that Ians are kind of above the Honkai? They're higher gods? Kind of? Sparkle's canon, yes. So is the collab, it's all canon. Yeah, I was wondering because it kinda looked to me like they tried to say something using her. They tried to, like, wealth came from this world to that world, so I wasn't surprised that the Sparkle could come to this world from that world. Like, if wealth can, why she can't? There was some kind of precedence made already.
気にしないで。
そういえば、第13基地には裏で人体実験をしてる部署があるって聞いたよ。
Oh, fuck.
人間と最悪の残滓を融合させるとか。
That's so mean!
キモ。
So mean!
うわぁ、やっぱり黒幕がいるんだ。そう思ってたよ。教官が極秘ファイルを持ってあいつを探してるのを何度も見たけど、やっぱり特別扱いなんだね。
It says there's an issue with my message for some reason. Can you check please when you get which message? Ah, this one. Okay, this is on different tab. Okay. Now it was true. I mean, Vita joined the master post. True. Wait, did she? I just thought they were playing cards. Helia's sense of justice is taking it really hard. She can't. She can! Will she say something? Yeah.
自主練ってこんなに面白いものだったんだね。初めて知ったよ。 5分に一度は笑っちゃった。
へえ、あんたも実験台に縛り付けられてあんな怪物に改造されたいの？
She's not a creeper, she's cute doggo! What is your problem? The interview pretty much says she did a lot of lines, also said, also Sparkle gave Vita a mask as Blake. What interview?
見た目はどうあれ、コラリーの実力は確かだよ。それと、うるさいから静かにしてもらえる？
あんな怪物の味方をするなんて、まさかバカになったんじゃないよね。それとも怪物に取り込まれたとか？
Shut your face! Redhead, shut your face! I have a soap, I will wash your face and your mouth. The Honkai Star Rail and Honkai Impact First collab interview. I didn't want.
あんな怪物を第一基地に入れることこそが人類の存亡にとって最大の危機なんじゃないの？
Fuck you! Little twerp?
第一基地はこの世界に残された最後のオアシスだって誰もが知ってるよね。もしかして自我を持った最悪が内部から人類を滅ぼすために死者を送り込んできたんじゃない？
I guess the story of Kiana Kaslana didn't teach them anything. Honkai can manifest differently, Honkai can have other names, and Honkai isn't controlled only by one thing. But even outside the interview, it's pretty clear with that thought. So you mean that... I knew that Honkai can manifest in different ways. I was just wondering, how does it look like in Honkai Star Rail, for example? Like, how it would manifest in that world. Especially because in Honkai Star Rail you kinda get the feeling that like Honkai Star Rail itself is like this space that connects the worlds that Hoyoverse already had in mind. Like Honkai Star Rail is like an excuse to explore all those worlds. Maybe even someday they will visit Honkai Impact First. I mean, it's all theory stuff. Honkai itself is just a turn-based civilization after all. I know! There is a portion of the lore in Honkai Star Rail where there's like a scientist talking about how universe is made and created, and there is a theory about a huge tree, and there are like people who are like, no, this is not like that, and arguing over and I am here like, that's funny from the perspective of Honkai Impact First player.
壮大だね。そんなエピソードを考えられる才能は死ぬまで勉強しても身につかないよ。今までの最悪は人型だったり人が理解できるような姿だったりしていないでしょ。それに予測可能な行動パターンを見せたこともなかった。あれは不可解で圧倒的な破壊力を持つ天才だ。理性やテクノロジーを誇りにして AI とビッグデータに頼ってきた私たちにとってはまさに一番致命的な存在とも言える。だからもうくだらない陰謀論で盛り上がるのはやめて。コラリーに不満があるなら決闘を申し込んでみたら。もし今よだれを垂らして寝てたとしてもきっと起きてあんたたちの相手をしてくれるんじゃないかな。
In 1.5 floor for Honkai Impact First, you had the Venusian fight against a thing called the Cocoon of Abyss, which Vita said later was known by Earth as the Cocoon of Final. Yeah, that one I am aware of, even though I didn't play that part. So what I mean is just because it's not called Honkai somewhere, it doesn't mean it's not Honkai. It also doesn't mean it 100% is, but the possibility. Like for example, in Honkai Star Rail so far, the closest thing I could kinda think of as Honkai were those gods on Acheron's planet that they forged into swords later. And then she used the sword to kill her version of Kevin. But that also would support the fact that Honkai appears more locally versus the eons that appear more like universal scale, you know? Same for us calling shadows a potential manifestation of the Honkai shadows. Could be Honkai, but they could be some true. Like I feel like Honkai has a tendency to appear locally and adapt locally to worlds, so it appears in different forms in every world it appears on. And going with that logic, Honkai and the Wheel of Honkai would be like a lesser god, and Eons would be like a higher gods. Let's kinda look at the Honkai and I like amused what it does. I mean, Eons haven't been able to gaze upon this world as far as we are aware, specifically the solar system. Yeah, but maybe they saw different manifestations of Honkai on the worlds that they actually gazed on. Like Acheron's world. Coralie! Bunny on her head! Wait, what? They are in that kind of relation. It's also vague on purpose here! Yeah, it's a possibility. I'm not disagreeing. No, I didn't feel like you disagree. It's just different way of phrasing the same thing. Kinda. Like, if we assume that Honkai is like a constant power that appears within Honkai verse, Hoyoverse, it could have a lot of forms, and Eons may be familiar with it, but not with every manifestation of it. Kinda like bacteria or viruses. Like, we know some viruses, but we don't know all viruses. We know some bacteria, but we don't know all bacteria. It's that kind of way. You are gay. Cocoon of finalities at least 2 billion years old. Yeah. Also, who said that it can be like a cocoon of finality? Who said that it can be like the god of its own? Like, the fact that it looks like a huge planet with an eye reminds me about some god that a lot of theorists are invoking when it comes to Hoyoverse games. You mean to say that, but we don't really know a lot about the Eons yet. We know, for example, that Lan was a human that ascended. I don't think we know how old Gauch is. I would think, like, from all the Eons, some of them have like a potential to be very old. Like some are stated to be of certain age of creation. Like Nous is a supercomputer. But I don't remember exactly everything written about Ians. It's true we don't fully know what the cocoon of finality is. Yes, why I said a lot, heard a lot, haven't, I'm not saying they are. Yeah, I wonder which of them could be old enough. Because the eons also give me this weird feeling of the gods that manifest for reason. Like with Japanese Shintoism. That the gods manifest because of the faith that humans have in something and don't exist just on its own. Like eons give me a lot, this feeling a lot. Like they pop into existence because the path was created. Or they ascend into Aeonism and create the path. I don't actually remember if Lan as an Ian as a path existed before him or it existed after he ascended. I don't remember that one. But I know that path can exist without an Ian. Because Ian can die, but the path still exists. Yeah, path stays open even when the Ian is no longer here. Like our favorite swarm Ian that I am so happy died.
決闘のせいで減点になっても私は次のテストで取り返せる。でもあなたたちはいつも合格ギリギリのラインじゃなかったっけ？もし不合格になってそのまま私の故郷に飛ばされちゃったらどうなるだろうね。あそこはマッドサイエンティストだらけだから。
行こう。
どうしてここに来たの？あんたも自主練？
夜食を食べてブラブラしてたら道に迷っただけだよ。あなたも迷子？だったら私に取り込まれた可能性があるね。
違う、練習前の準備をしてるの。
じゃあ頑張って。私は帰って寝るよ。
コラリー、次に勝つのは絶対私だからね。
楽しみにしてる。
Rivals to lovers.
また負けちゃった。あいつは私の行動を全部読んでるくせに、いつも一歩だけ先の手を使ってくる。あれは何？開始5秒で私を倒してくれた方がマシなんだけど、そうしたら私も。
She couldn't have accepted each of those so-called momentary lapses without resentment. A diary entry that once took no more than 20 minutes has now become a grueling task ever since meeting Coralie. You like it, Helia, you like it. Coralie gives your life some spice. At 2 a.m., the cafeteria was completely empty. She chose the farthest corner, silently chewing on the last convenient meal, along with her indescribable frustration. She had considered putting aside her petty pride and telling her parents far away at base 09 all about her troubles. just like she used to when she was younger. But every time she tried, lies like I'm happy or of course I'm still the best would slip out unbidden. Those lies had relentlessly shut off every avenue of her parents to connect with her real life. And so in this moment she was left to bear the cost of those lies alone.
こんな時間に食べるとやっぱりまずい。
どうしてここに？
道に迷ったから。
道に迷ったからといってちょうどよく食堂に来ることができるの？しかも私がいるこんな隅っこに。
I am starting to think that this is the unique Coralie style of flirting.
テストが無事終わったことを記念して寮で一日中ゲームをしてたんだ。気づいたらもうお腹がペコペコで周りがよく見えてなくて、だからあなたのことを基地の幽霊か食堂のお化けかと思っちゃった。
あんた。
I really like their dynamic.
ねえ、わざと私の前で勝者の余裕を見せてるんでしょ。私みたいな人のことをかわいそうだって思ってない？
最初に聞いてきたのはあなただよね。私はただ事実を言っただけ。それにもうこんな時間なのにひねくれた態度で話して疲れないの？は
疲れない。
あ、なら私もはっきり言おう。あなたをかわいそうだなんて思ってないよ。まあ面白いやつだとは思ってるけど、そうじゃなきゃここに座ったりしないでしょ。
I was talking about this last time I streamed. Helia has a lot of low self-esteem. She always assumes the worst and always thinks that Coralie has a reason to find her laughable, which speaks more about Helia than Coralie actually. Of her state of mind.
面白い。何を言ってるの？
ちょっとここは公の場だよ。理由を説明してほしいなんて
ここにいるのは私たちだけじゃない。違う。いつ説明してほしいって言ったの？一体何をしに来たわけ？
暑いうちに夜食を食べた方がいいって注意しに来たんだ。この時間帯の食べ物はもともとまずいけど、冷めたらもっとまずくなる。
もう食べ終わってる。
演技Helia!
じゃあまだ食べられそう？多めに持ってきちゃったんだ。安心して。この皿の野菜はまだ手をつけてないから。どう？食べる？ただでおごってあげるから点数をいる。
Coralie hates veggies.
コラリー、もういいでしょ。
Wow. Jesus Christ.
どうして泣いてるの？ごめん。まさかずっと負け。まさかあのことをそんなに根に持ってるとは。こうなるって分かってたら。
And I was talking about that last time I was streaming the chapter also. That Coralie often doesn't know where she's crossing a line with Helia. Because she can't sometimes understand Helia's way of thinking, so she doesn't anticipate the reaction and is surprised when it inevitably boils over and Helia starts crying or screaming. Because to Coralie it was just harmless interaction when she was just playful and a bit like joking, and to Helia sometimes their interactions are more cruel than Coralie could even think about.
私こそごめん。さっきはちょっと取り乱しちゃって。
The cafeteria settled back into its usual silence. Unfortunately, Coralie's bewildered expression quickly stirred a tiny eddy in the vast stillness. Uncharacteristically, Talia didn't seize the chance to insult her. Instead, she simply stared at the eddy's center until she too was drowned in.
覚えてる？ 1 ヶ月前に第12基地は15種目の最悪に滅ぼされた。
Now they sound as if they were living in some Fallout universe and living in bunkers. I mean, I heard before that they were talking about bases and last hope of humanity and people living in the bases and calamity. But now it kind of tries to point home.
次にどの基地が破滅を迎えるのかなんて誰も知らない。スーパーコンピューターが計算した最良と思われる対処時間だけが頼りだ。
That's actually depressing. Imagine that you are Helia and Coralie and you fly into space to Mars, then you come back and your family doesn't exist anymore because the bases they lived in got evaporated.
私は第9基地。移動待ちの人が一番多くて、防御システムがほぼダウンしてる。あの廃れた町から来たの。
So she is worrying about her parents. It sounds tragic. Yeah, you can lose family members and not even be aware of it because space travel takes time.
両親は私を第8基地の予備学校に送り込むために全力を尽くした。そして私は5年もの時間をかけて第1基地まで這い上がってきたんだ。
It would be actually very ironic if the so-called base no one got destroyed first. Like imagine everyone is scared and tries to transfer to the best base in the world and then suddenly calamity appears and the base no one no longer exists. That's something Honkai Impact could do. I can see that coming. That's completely within the reasonable tragedy reasons for this game.
1位の成績で卒業すれば、私は絶対に新天命の最悪特務隊に入ることができる。
Calamity Special Ops.
そうしたら、
Valhalla!
両親を一番安全な第一基地に移住させる資格を得られるんだ。
I wonder, does it have a meaning that the Calamity Special Ops are named after Nordic afterlife? Where the warriors go after they die in battle? That kinda sounds like this special ops is a suicide squad.
初めから私には賭けをする権利なんてなかった。いきなり現れたあんたは唯一の変数なんだ。だから
Wait,
私
does it mean that she has to be the best student in order to transfer her parents? That's mean and cruel. Is the school, like the base, really doing that?
何も聞かなかったことにして。明日から
明日からは容赦なくあなたを鍛えてあげる。まさにこの言葉通りにね。
I feel like this is the first time we actually learn about the situation on Earth. Because we were focusing on Mars all this time. Unless something was said in chapter 4 that I didn't do.
やるぞテスト。ボコるぜコラリー。 ヘリア隊員、わかったらラジャーって返事して。
お父さん、お母さん、最近はどう？あと6日で第9基地の電力システムが復旧するってニュースで見たよ。でも、やっぱり手紙を書きたいんだ。
Is there a reason why they're writing letters? They have to stop using technology to avoid calamities or something?
手紙が届いた頃にはちょうど電気がつくかもしれないね。そう考えるとかなりロマンチックじゃない？
Or is she writing the letter because they don't have electricity?
今日から計算してあと27日で卒業だよ。未だに私の目標は1位なんだけど、なぜかそれを目指して走ってる最中は今までのように辛くないし、むしろ結構楽しいんだ。
Question. Why they're not on Mars? On the moon? There is a base on the moon. Like, they can't go there because Kiana is sleeping or that?
まるで私が初めて80点を取った時にお母さんがご褒美としてくれたキャンディーみたい。理想の成績を取れなくても私は甘さを味わってもいいんだってそう教えてくれたから。
I mean, they are talking as if it was on Earth.
その甘さはお父さんやお母さんがくれたものか、もしくは。
ヘリア、今って時間ある？このレポートを修正して。
Hey, Ella!
自分でやりなさい。それと今晩はこの部屋に超頑丈なドアロックを取り付けてもらうんだ。前に
忘れたの？どんなロックでもスーパー兵士コラリーには効かないよ。
Lol. The fluffy tail swayed happily from side to side, knocking over all the knickknacks on the desk. An obvious sign of its owner's cheerful mood. This is so cute!
あの尻尾もふもふしてて触り心地が良さそう。
Mofu Mofu! There was an isekai. Mofu Mofu Paradise. That was basically about the person who isekai'd to the new world. And her, well, goal in life was to pet every animal. And I get this feeling from Helia right now. Mofu Mofu!
なんでもない。とにかく自分で直して。
Imagine that you date a person that is also half animal. You get the endless rights to Mofu Mofu. Unless, of course, they don't give you consent. Because even with your partner, you have to respect the consent. But I feel like this would be harder for many people because we can't respect the cats, let alone cat people.
どうしたらやってくれる？綺麗で優しいヘリアお姉ちゃんの太ももに抱きつけばいい？それでも構わないよ。
あんたってば。
They are flirting again. This was without doubt a 3-page-long training report filled with typos and bad grammar. To revise it to a barely acceptable level would take at least 5 hours of brain power, not to mention the...
コラリー。
レポートの直し方が分かったよ。また今度お願いするね。バイバイ、綺麗で優しいヘリアお姉ちゃん。
Coralie snatched the report away from Helia before she could react. However, the sticky note, which was practically an observations on Helia, was left in Helia's hand after the tug of war. This is so funny. Human observation record 34. Name Hyria. Couldn't hear her clearly, but if that's her name, it's pretty cute. Hyria. Hyria. So her, because of the hair, Hyria. Endurance, strong. I got tired from watching her before she got tired from training. Resistance to pressure, bad. Got angry after I simply made a silly face at her. Reaction speed, room for improvement. Unable to compose her anger before the trainer noticed. Likes to clench her fist. Does it when she is encouraging herself and when she is criticized. Does she bring a hand grip wherever she goes? Nag. Some chicken soup for the soul, but she managed to avoid drawing the trainer's attention while nagging. Drink water. Does she bring a hydration reminder everywhere? Dislike. Slacking. She glares intensely at those who gave excuses to end training early. Me, the first person she glared at. Smiling. Does that mean there is 34 of these? I didn't. Probably. There is 33. For sure. This is a comprehensive study of human emotion. That's actually very autistic of Coralie to observe and write down everything about her favorite human.
今度って私は別に。
ヘリア、勝手に期待して勝手にがっかりしないでもらえる。特別仲良しじゃないと言ったけど、仲が悪いとは言ってない。まだそんな関係になってないってこと。
ねえ、わざと私の前で勝者の余裕を見せてるんでしょ。私みたいな人のことをかわいそうだって思ってない？
ストップストップ。他人を評価するときにそんなに長い前置きはいらないから。強い人は強い、弱い人は弱い。いくら言い訳をしてもその事実は変わらない。
コラリー、次に勝つのは絶対私だからね。
That conversation is weird. Is it like the true version of the conversation and everything before was just a glorified version? Or the other way around? Everything before was the regular version and this is the demonized version? Kinda like sometimes your brain can twist conversations into the worst possible way. Sometimes your brain can twist conversations into the worst version that they actually were. Who knows, but it's interesting to think about, isn't it? I mean, the red in the background kinda makes me feel like this is like the worst version, but I also have a vague feeling that this conversation happened before, like in the previous chapter, and it was real. But it was also, I think it was part of their argument. So it was already in that moment when they were spiraling. They were spiraling into kind of more toxic version of their friendship. Just before Coralie died. Also, the close line they just said about not being that close wasn't part 2 prologue. The last part in 1.5. But I feel like this line about being not close enough also was dropped somewhere during part 2.
この血に誓おう。私は血肉を捧げ、痛覚を捨てる。
See? This is the evil voice!
消せ。生への執着を。
There was a lot of this evil voice in previous chapter.
我が身を。
It almost felt like it was like a darkness inside Helia.
打ちのめすことだけだ。
I think a different line was said during part 2, not mine. Like, in previous chapter there was a lot of like, these moments when Helia had those really dark thoughts, and there was like this voice, like this one, that was like the representation of the darkness inside of her psyche, kinda.
復讐の炎がこの体のすべてを飲み込むまで。
Something is happening, and that something isn't good. Ooh.
次、私と彼女に次はあるの？
I don't know. The ticking of the clock repeated endlessly, jarring in the eerie silence of this place.
さっきの一体
A dream or a hallucination born of the stare? The images in her mind slipped away like sand through her fingers. The harder she tried to grasp them, the faster they fell apart. Before she could hold on to anything, everything vanished like vision. Her chest felt hollow, as if something essential was missing. Only an influx of regret and sorrow weighed heavily in her heart.
私、夢を見たの。でも、内容が思い出せない。
The shadow in the mirror remained silent, forcing herself to lift her gaze. She stared at the blood trailing down the mirror's surface. In her daze, she even tasted a faint sweetness like the aftertaste of sugar. Her body had begun to adapt to the burning sensation in her veins, and with the numbness to pain came an unexpected lightness. The dizziness from blood loss still required some time to get used to. She clenched her teeth and held her breath. A cautious knock at the door broke the silence.
ヘリア、ミーティングが始まるよ。
ミーティング。
I am starting to think that Helia is disassociating. Ah, that's right, she had a meeting. Even when life itself declared its end, the prospect of a next time could still offer a glimmer of hope to those who were accustomed to striving. Even if reality held no promise of improvement and nothing to look forward to. Save! She's not in the state of mind to have a meeting right now. She needs therapy! Oh, I forgot they were on Hyperion when this happened.
ヘリア、大丈夫？
No, she's not. Unfortunately, we have no form of that. They are in sci-fi. They could at least have one therapist on hand. Like one. Is it Really that much I am asking for?
大丈夫。
You are not 大丈夫!
リータ、あなたは本当に何も知らないのよね。
はあ、みんなと同じようにどういうことかさっぱりわからないよ。これまでの冒険記録はここに残されているよね。何の小細工もしていないことはプロメテウスが証明してくれるだろう。夢追い人、ヘリア、そしてコラリー、みんなはループを経験している時に無数の死を体験してきた。でも現実で何かが起こったことはない。一体どこで問題が起こったんだろう。
Is Vita really like that with everyone? Like she doesn't care? Or she is like supposed to be a walking hint that something is actually sus here? Do you see one though? Also, I feel like the best therapy for Helia is probably having people get her through it slowly, even if she might never mentally recover. Therapy itself may not even be enough. But people constantly go to therapy after losing people. Like, it's a common thing. Like, when there's like a tragedy or a disaster, there's always like the protocol, at least in our world, to have a therapist assigned to the people who went through something like that. And the therapy helps, but the therapy is only as successful as the patient's how to say it, willingness to cooperate. Because if you don't want to cooperate and think that you don't need therapy, then it won't help you much. Because you will keep fighting everything that is happening there. Vita is complicated. 1.5 does a great job of showing why she is how she is. Sure, but it doesn't work for everyone, including. Of course, therapy helps people. I'm just saying it might not be able to help everyone. Like I said, the therapy is only as successful as the patient's willingness to go through it and accept it. Because, like I said, if a person goes to therapy with the mindset that it's useless, it won't help them, it's gibberish, and blah blah blah, it won't help them if they have that kind of mindset. I mean, you have to be also mentally ready to go to therapy. Like, a lot of people feel shame or like invisible blockade that stops them. But when it comes to something like here, if they don't have any therapies on hand, the best they could do would be to not involve Elia and let her, like, give her time to, like, kind of come to the some kind, I don't know, consensus. But seeing what she's doing when she's alone, she's definitely not the type of person that could be left alone. Because some people are like, they go through tragedy and they just need time to, you know, get accustomed to everything. But there are people like Helia who completely break apart and can't be left alone and need to be constantly monitored. Because they could become potentially a danger to themselves. Getting into the same mindset is really difficult. Sure, yeah, it is.
何はどうあれ、今後はもっと慎重にならないといけないわね。予備案もいくつか用意しなくちゃ。
And I feel like Teresa is also reacting kind of calmly to what happened, but at the same time, remembering what Teresa went through in the entire storyline, I am completely not surprised that she got desensitized. Death.
ゼーレとアインシュタイン博士、それと黒煙白化を乗せた船がムーンベースに到着するには少なくともあと69時間かかるわ。メイとブローニャの方は
Which overseer who?
先ほどもう一度試してみましたが、私たちは前と同じように夢追い人システムに拒否されました。
I mean, for Teresa, death can be more common. So even when someone she cares about dies, she is already mentally prepared for something like that to happen because she was already trained before to kinda expect things like that to happen. Meanwhile, people like Helia who fight for the sake of not losing anyone are far more vulnerable to the idea of death. Like, they can't accept death, and that death is part of life, and that people need to move on, and you know, those kinds of stuff. But Teresa and a lot of other characters are already accustomed to acceptance of death because of what happened with the Honkai and stuff. Not just that grieving and doing nothing will not help their situations more. I mean, also, like, I don't say that two can't exist at the same time. Like, at the same time, Teresa is more accustomed to death, but at the same time, she also understands that sitting and grieving won't change anything, and that they have a mission that they need to focus on. Yeah, the mission they can focus on, yeah.
私たちは律者コアの影響を受けているから、眉の脅威と判断された可能性があります。
Uh-huh. Okay.
偽の情報でデータを改ざんし、システムを欺こうとしてますが、短時間では成功率は低いでしょう。
Well, pushing aside mental health is usually the reason why everything goes wrong in storylines like this. Because everyone prioritizes something to do, mission, whatever, and the mental health goes on the back burner, and then suddenly one day it strikes back.
やっぱりそう簡単にはいかないのね。ため息をついてても仕方がないし、今はベストを尽くしましょう。
Like, even the method of compartmentalizing your emotions and traumas is not helping in the long term. Like, it helps in the situation to stay on top, but later on it really shows its fangs when it comes to damage that it does to you. Otherwise, like you said, Helia should be resting right now, or any form of help or focus of attention. Helia generally, I feel like if she was excluded totally, it also would not be a good option, Because she's right now in this delicate state when she can go ballistic at any point. So she needs a distraction. But that distraction shouldn't be related to Coralie and what happened. Because she only will keep thinking about what happened. It won't distract her thoughts from the problem at hand.
プロメテウス、あなたはここに残って。データから今回のループが以前とどう違うのかを分析して死因を推測してちょうだい。メイ、ブローニャ、あなたたちは私と一緒にデータベースに来て。今までの冒険記録を元にしてコラリーが消失する1秒前のデータを復元したいの。
It's not like she's the only one. We have so many capable people working here on something. I feel like Helia may feel like she should be included because she's a Valkyrie and she can't focus on her mental health because everyone is needed, every hand's on board and stuff. But in reality, I feel like they could spare. They have enough people to do everything on their own. She may not be sure, but she's who they have right now.
Durandal, あなたはそこの端末を使ってログインして夢追い人やヘリアと一緒にシステム内部から手がかりを探して。
What do you mean? Few days to get Helia back. I meant that she should have stayed on her Hyperion. Just to find something to distract herself. And everyone else should just focus on the mission.
しかし、第33回柔術戦争のリトストさんはすでに私たちを警戒し始めています。有用な情報を彼から聞き出すのはおそらく難しいかと。
I don't know the people that can't log in. They could take shifts. There is Bronya, there is May, there is Teresa. The only people who have to log in are Durandal and Rinseeker. Helia doesn't have to log in. Teresa, May, and Bronya could have taken turns to spend time with Helia. Also, Vita, I don't recommend Vita. She could make it even worse than it is. They are not that busy. Like, they are doing their thing. But it doesn't mean that they need everyone on board right now. Actually, I don't remember the last chapter. If they said that they need everyone to work on this. I get the feeling that you are trying to justify this plot reason a little too strongly. Because in the long run, it's the choice of the author if the characters have time or not. They are not people. They are fictional characters. So technically speaking, if MiHoYo wanted to give Helia time to heal, they could have.
Eh. だから、それ以前の柔術戦争の重要なタイミングまで時間を巻き戻すのよ。その頃のリトストなら、重要な突破口になってくれるかもしれないわ。
But I have a feeling that the MiHoYo's deal here is to put Helia through hell and back and make her reach the breaking point. That's why they made all those excuses, why nobody can help her and why she has to participate, whatever. Not realistic is not applicable here. Because we are in space! With high technology! The not realistic argument is often not applicable to fantasy and sci-fi text. Because those stories are not realistic by default. You just said it yourself before, that we can't use the real world physics in that world. And real world physics are realistic. Also, the interview makes it clear how MiHoYo see the characters, and I felt the way I do personally even before that point. That's not excuses if it's the story first. That only further supports my point. MiHoYo decided that this happens that, and that way, and it happens that, and that way. It doesn't mean they couldn't have written the story differently if they wanted to. I am not twisting your words, I just gave an example. That it's not realistic is often misused argument, and I often find it used in weird places, and people forgetting that stories are ultimately the ideas of the authors, and the authors are the gods, and they can do whatever the fuck they want. But because they wanted Helia to suffer, Helia suffers. So Helia suffers. And then they had to invent the reasons why Helia suffers. Because everyone is busy. And everyone needs to work on this and that issue. Otherwise, if that was not the point, I suspect there would be more characters on Hyperion in the first place. Because if that was not the point to put Helia through the hell, then there would be not limited cast. Though technically, if someone really wanted to, they still could have make it work with limited cast, but it would be more of a tight fit. But I wouldn't say it's unrealistic. That's not a proper argument here. More like it's not in tune with the typical way of storytelling that MiHoYo does. Usually when something bad happens, it happens because everyone is doing something else and nobody can help. And it's by design. It's by design, and it's typical of Mihoyo to do it by design. Because they like their characters to suffer. I wonder where they're going with Helia, especially considering that evil voice inside her.
巻き戻すたびに別人になるのは欠点だと思ってたけど、相手が敵になった途端にこっちにとって最大の武器になるなんてね。
でもその結末を知りすぎたせいで過去の彼らに対して警戒を怠ってしまったわ。もちろんそれはリトストだけじゃない。
I'm not missing your point. I was just not commenting with the desire to be told that my ideas are unrealistic. Because when you want to, everything is realistic, licencia poetica, whatever you want goes with writing. The only issue is if you can explain it well enough. So the mission is here the most important, we know that. But I feel like after what happened, either all of the characters are not aware how that impacted Helia, or are too single-mindedly focused on the mission to notice. So usually when stuff like this happens, usually people are not aware of what is going on in other people's heads. We as the audience, we are like in the superior position because we can get into Helia's head and we know what is happening. But the other characters around her may not be aware how bad it is. I call it excuses because when you strip the story to the bare essentials, every explanation within a story is an excuse to have something. Like basically, why this character is that and that? Because author wanted it that way. But why is this character that and that within the story? And then you make an excuse that works within the story to explain why they're like that. Authors are not really that smart, let's say. We give them too much credit. Like, saying that they are making excuses every time they explain something within the story is actually more accurate most of the time. Because a lot of times when you write something, you realize something becomes a problem after you write something, and then you have to kinda fix it and have to think about how to fix it, and it kinda sounds like an excuse when you are a writer. You're fixing your own mistakes. Like, for example, I was making notes to my book, and I was making a genealogical tree for a royal house. And then I was establishing the emperors and empresses, but then I realized that there's only 20-year difference between every single one of them. And then I had to sit down and think how to fix that mistake. I could either remake entire tree or make up a reason why it is that way. Both are valid options. When it comes to MiHoYo, there are plenty of people who find fault with the way how they tell the story. So I usually don't criticize their stories because I am not thinking about that deeply. But there are people who do and make the entire essays about why this or that didn't work in this and this story. So it's not like the HoYoverse writers are without fault and they always write and everything they wrote is perfect and has some kind of explanation. I feel like we would want it to be that way. But inevitably, a lot of times, there are some mistakes. It doesn't matter if they feel real. When it comes to creating a world and a character, what's the difference between the character and you as the person is that the character is not real, which means that the character doesn't have agency like a real human being, so they don't make choices. They don't have likes or dislikes. Everything they have is assigned by you, them, and then you assign explanation why they like this, dislike that, wear this, don't wear that, why they did that or didn't do that. They are not real, therefore they can't make choices. Within the story, it feels like they're making choices because within the story they exist as people. But outside the story, they don't exist like people. They exist as dolls. You have a doll, and you make the doll do the thing. You're using that interview a lot. You know what? I have like a kinda reserved way to approaching the interviews. Because interviews a lot of time feel like imposition on the work. Like sometimes they can explain the reasoning behind the work. But a lot of times it feels like the author is imposing on the audience how they should think of the work, which automatically limits the way how audience interacts with the work, which goes against the entire freedom of interpretation thing. And a lot of people doesn't like interviews because a lot of authors uses interviews to add information that is called the word of God. So this is, for example, how in Harry Potter Dumbledore became gay. Because J.K. Rowling in one interview said that he was gay. It was never in the book, but she said he is. Which some people accept, some people don't accept. I, for example, don't accept it because it feels disingenuous. I, for example, if I made a game or a book, wrote a book, and then there was an interview with me, I would explain my thinking, the rationale, what I thought about the work, how I thought to create this, that, and that, how I think about the thing. But I would always try to state that what I think as an author of my work is not that important to the audience. Like, so they wouldn't use my way of thinking of my work to influence themselves and how they think about the work. Right. Let me read everything. Writer creates mistakes, yes, because we are not gods, we make mistakes. We'll have to agree to disagree, call it excuses. Well, I use it in the most neutral way, the word. It's not in negative sense. It's like in the neutral sense. We have an idea about Helia, not so much of course we don't know everything, but because we're shown what she's going through, we know a bit more than the characters around her. Because audience usually is in more privileged position, because we are an omnipresent observer. Create the conflict, obstacles, set the setting and tone, and I think Miho has to do well with that. I already responded to that. Maybe fictional, blah blah. The thing how one feels about the work, not that photos. Okay. See it that way. We could argue using any word, any topic is to influence on or make someone think that way. I only say it that way because people tend to put the author on the pedestal and defer to them as the highest authority on the work. But because I was trained in interpretation that actually was disregarding the author, I tend to push the author to the side a lot and only defer to author when I need to. So I prefer the interpretation in which author doesn't try to impose their way of thinking on me, because they may have thought of their work one way, but me with different background, different experiences, I may think about the work differently. Personally, to me, it feels like it makes us feel we know more, but we might not because we aren't Helia at the end of the day. It's kinda of like when her share of corruption had memories and data of the flame chasers. Didn't make them know more. By fact, they interpreted what they thought the flame chasers wanted. I just like to consider things all said as well as Mihoyo's vision, and I respect that, but I do get where you come from. When it comes to the corruption thing, it kinda goes into this territory of there was a metaphor with the ship. If you replace every part of the ship, is this still the same ship? But I will use it with different way. If you have a person who has memories of someone else, does it make them that person? But it's a completely different concept than the audience watching a character. We obviously, as an audience, we are interpreting what is happening, but we are having a lot of more wider perspective than the other characters. Like, for example, a dream seeker, Teresa, and the others don't know what is happening in the bathroom because they are not there. And they are not in Helia's head. But we as the audience are in the bathroom and we are shown glimpses of what is happening in the head. So we can make more educated guess about what is actually happening than the other characters who don't have access to that type of information. Which is also like my dream scenario, that I could actually read minds of others so I wouldn't have to miscommunicate with them so much. Like, I wish I could read other people's minds. That would make my life easier. Yeah, Tess's ship, exactly. I always forget the name. I remember the metaphor, I just never remember the names. Yes, but even we won't 100% know about them. But yes, I guess we get more info, but again, we as the audience would be shown hypothetically anything. Sure, but what we are shown can also be to mislead us. Yeah, true. We can also be misled. On purpose.
おや、テレサが急に大人になったね。頼もしいよ。さすがは天命の大主教。
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I wonder if Vita knows what is going on. I mean, I don't know how much her eyes can penetrate someone's skull. If you know what I mean. Like their psyche.
ビータ、無駄口を叩いてる暇があるなら、システム操作員の責務を全うしたらどうかしら？
はいはーい。
主教、今から出発しましょうか。
あと5分待ってくれる？ヘリアが手に怪我をしてるの。先に手当てをしないと。
Oh, this is also a good example. Teresa is in the working mode, but also she's in the mode of noticing the noticeable, not noticing unnoticeable. If you know what I mean. The mental pain is mostly unnoticeable. The physical pain is noticeable. Like, if you have an injury, people notice. If you suffer psychologically, people don't notice. Like, this saying that people who laugh the most are usually the ones who suffer the most. Like, people don't see what is happening. Or even if they see, they tend to dismiss the severity of the mental issues. Even make us ignore things said to us because we have been shown a bigger fish of information. But the important thing might be the less significant thing to us at the time. True.
いえ、気にしないでください。
I feel like from her tone of voice, character should have realized something is wrong. But I know that they are in the working mode, but I would still be, like, for example, if they are in the working mode and the mission is the more important, there is always a possibility that the mental state of one of the participants may affect the mission negatively. Like, I feel like they should make that kind of logical interpretation.
顔色も良くないよ。
See? Entropy is doing something.
大丈夫。ここは先輩の言う通りにしよう。
You are not daijaba! You are very not daijaba! Teresa is silent. She is thinking.
わかったわ。
I guess she came to some
なん
decision.
とかごまかせたね。でも、これもただの一時しのぎだ。彼女たちはいつか他の7術を疑うことになるだろう。
What are you
そうな
doing?
ったら、一人で彼女を調査するのが難しくなる。
When Vita speaks to the camera like this, she's giving me this, I am actually Loki and I actually have a master plan that nobody knows is happening in the background. I agree. But at the same time, look at what Helia said, and I feel they want to respect Helia's choice. I definitely think that Teresa wants to respect her choice. Like, the silence, and then her saying, okay, kind of sounded like she thought through and decided that this is something that Helia needs to do.
幾度となく繰り返されるループで、7術と何度も会っている以上、少なくとも彼ら、もしくは一部の術は 火星の歴史の中でも重要な立ち位置にいたみたいだ。
I guess Vita is this type of character that likes to get results at any cost.
マジで本人に尋ねるのが一番手っ取り早いけど、どんな理由があっても彼女と接触したくないな。
She doesn't like Ajita. I wonder why.
どのみちいくら代償を支払おうと、みんなよりも先に答えを見つけないと。必要があれば。
It was sarcasm.
まあ、そうなったら、その時に明かすとしよう。
私たちまた老朽に戻ってきたね。気をつけてください。
Durandal as a child is so cute. Bianca charged ahead, lifting the man 2 heads taller than her with a single hand. However, when she placed the man back on the ground, she misjudged her height and caused him to fall disgracefully on the floor.
この体はやっぱり少し厄介ですね。大丈夫ですか？
It's very cute though.
ありがとう。もう足が限界みたいだ。
あなたは銃術戦争の参加者？何が起きてるの？
君たちはよそからやってきたのか。ならタイミングが悪かったな。突然参加者がみんな発狂しだしたんだ。
What?
君たちも知ってるかもしれないけど、銃術戦争ではいつも玉杯の力を使いすぎて怪我をしてリタイアするやつが何人か出てくる。今回も当然そうなったんだ。だけど今回怪我したやつらは様子がおかしくてね。玉杯の力を使いすぎたせいか、痛覚を失って血だまりに倒れるまで戦い続けるようになってしまった。血まみれのイカれたやつらが殺し合ってるんだぞ。その光景がどんなに恐ろしいかわかるか。エリシウム神話の地獄を見たのかと思ったくらいだ。
Wait. You have pathology about the other world called Elysium.
エリアの顔色がますます悪くなってるけど、大丈夫かな？
She's not Daijobo! She's very not Daijobo! Please, Entropy, be the smart one!
夢追い人、もしかして彼が話しているのは罹患の十層という名前が付けられる前の一層なのでは？
Fury time!
確かに話的には似たようなところがたくさんあったね。
They are theorizing.
多分暴走した奴らの殺し合いを見た神様がお怒りになったのかもしれない。老朽ではもう4日も太陽を見てないんだ。こんな暗い空は水木のとほぼ同じだぞ。
They have eclipse? Elysium is one of the continents on Lao Shan, or more so one of the sectors of the planet. Okay, that makes sense. What is Roimo then?
つまり今って昼間なの？
ああ、長話になってしまったけど、助っ人を呼ぶために俺と一緒に琥珀街に行かないか。以前リトスト様が一部の人を琥珀街に待機させてくれたんだ。
リトスト
Vengeance time!
ああ、昨日リトスト様が今回の銃術戦争の中止を宣言したんだ。それから被害が広まらないようにまだ正気を保ってる戦士たちと力を合わせて多くのボートを老朽の郊外にある一時的な牢に閉じ込めた。
I get the feeling that Helya will descend into darkness. Kiana style on the start of her story. This is actually the feeling I am getting. Oh, since the last chapter. Roma is a city. I think it has to do with the continent, Luna, but don't fully remember.
本来なら今日で全部片付くはずだったんだけど、リトスト様が取り逃がしたボートを探すために牢から離れたら影の怪物が現れて、あいつら前より凶暴になってて牢を自分で破壊したんだ。俺は混乱に乗じて逃げ切れたけど、怪物たちに立ち向かった奴らはおそらく
The other continent is Arcadia and Phoenix.
そんな大事なことをどうして先に話さないんですか？
My question is Mars named Laoxing because the studio is Chinese? Or because everyone from Mars traveled to Earth and became Chinese? Like, what is the relation between naming? Was the planet named after Chinese existed or before Chinese existed? You know what I mean? Like, that would kind of imply that in Hoyoverse, Chinese people came from Mars. But considering the Arcadia, Phoenix continent, Elysium, and Lunae, it could mean that every actually civilization came from Mars. Wait, they didn't. I don't know. It may be just because the studio is Chinese and they just picked words from our worlds to name the planet and the continent. It could be just that easy. It doesn't have to have lower explanation. But knowing them, they may actually try to explain it somehow at some point.
試合を見るためによそから来たんだろう。言ったところでどうにもならないじゃないか。悪いことは言わないから、俺と琥珀街に戻ろう。
Yeah, that's why. But I know that the Earth people call it Mars. But if it was named Laoxing before, Laoxing is specifically Chinese name. Which, funnily, would imply that Chinese culture comes from Mars. I don't know where Purusha comes from though. I don't know what the word means and from which language they took it. But with Mars it's actually kind of funnier because they picked specifically Chinese name.
Yes, あなたは今、先輩。私が彼を琥珀街まで送ります。
Helia is going to kill someone or descend into madness.
わかりました。私と夢追い人は他の選手たちの状況を見てきます。その後、琥珀街で交流しましょう。
ヘリア、琥珀街までは少し距離があるから気をつけてね。
うん。あんたたちもね。
Oh, we are changing perspective.
電話が鳴ってる。
But I don't have time for this. Because it's already 6 p.m. and I should finish here. When I still can.
晴れの日は高いところで歌いたくなるよ。
I didn't have so a live chat in a long time. Actually, it's nice to have someone who knows more about the game and the lore than me. Then I can actually ask questions and we can talk about stuff.
ぐるっと回って。の目 もう休んだら
Another message was
心配しないで。
stopped. Sad. Like, but you heard what Lisa said. She is a failure, not that I see her as one, but without certain talent, all her hard work is not. That's probably why she's having the descent into madness thing. Like, wasn't that true for Kiana too? Like, Kiana wasn't really good at being a Valkyrie when she was before her descent into Harsher of the Void. Sure, I definitely enjoyed meeting you today and discussing. I was actually afraid that I scared you because when I disagree with people, they often feel bad about this.
したも
I need to check this. Where's my inventory? I have so many of those that I didn't open. I got 2 of those. It will expire in 5 days. I should probably use it. As long as it's kept civil and open-minded, I have no issue. As long as I can have my view and discourse, I all good. It was completely fine and great discussion. I am happy that you feel that way, because I can often sound as if I am rude, especially when I am speaking in English, because I'm more frank in English, because it's not my native, so a lot of nuance gets thrown out the window. Looking from a writer's perspective, an audience perspective, and a story lore perspective along with other people, I actually like doing that a lot. Like comparing the perspectives. Who knows what? Who doesn't know what? How it connects to other perspectives, the differences, what it means. Yeah, understandable. That's also why I did my best to get clarification and navigate that what was said. Yeah. I mean, I usually prefer to communicate in English because I nowadays feel like my brain is thinking more in English, so it's easier to convey my thoughts that way. But because it's not native language, it still like has this... I feel like a lot of people have this feeling that you're too direct, you're too rude when you speak to them. Agreed, it is great. Definitely rare to see too. I wasn't very active, but it was nice to see the discussion. Yeah, we were analyzing the game. We were discussing the motivation. Though I may disregard motivations of the authors a lot. Like, I acknowledge they exist, but I tend not to make them as important. Because to me they are like an element of everything, but not the most important element of it. Like, it exists, it's part of everything, it gives context, explains stuff, but it doesn't have that much weight for me as for other people. I know some of things I said could be seen as direct myself. Thanks for pasting me with so that we could see each other's perspective. Yeah, true. I click off the screen. La 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 la. I don't know when I will play next time, so I should probably use my voucher. But not on you. I don't know how to play you, I'm sorry. 3 days left. This is so sad. I probably won't get anything useful here. Ooh! Why I keep getting Divine Prayer? Did I call it just now? Why I keep getting Divine Prayer? Second Divine Prayer falls down. Sadness. This is sad. I am using it not with any hope to get anything, to be honest. Just hope. Hope doesn't exist. Oh. Another. I am starting to feel as if there was a Christian propaganda going on here. Christian propaganda is going on here! What are the odds? How can you get someone 5 times in a row? Repent for your sins. No. No, I refuse. But you know what is sad? Shut up, I. The sad thing is that this, from what I know, this battle suit is actually useless nowadays. Because most of the older characters got a power creep by the newest one. I'm sorry, Kiana. Look, you ranked up to S. She is so sad. Also, I don't like to play older Kiana units. I have mostly all Kiana units. But I don't like playing the old ones. My favorite ones are Herrscher of Flameshun and Finality one. Does she have better hair in this one? I like the snake aesthetic a lot. I skip pretty much all Kiana. The older models are just kinda clunky to play. The most comfortable to play are those two, definitely. Even Herrscher of the Void is kinda clunky sometimes. The only minus of you is that I don't have a team for you. But I like the hair. She looks less Honkai Impact Bird and more new. Because I found other characters I wanted personally more. But Kiana isn't great. I have the tendency to like main characters. I am weird, I know. I don't know if I should treat that Divine Prayer 5 times as a sign that maybe I should try pulling for this newest battle suit for Kiana, because I already got 5 Kianas, so I should get another one, or as a warning not to do that. Like I said, I have really not many pulls. Like, I usually don't have many pulls in this game. Like, here's like 50 at the most. Give me the calculator. 47. Do it for the cute snake. I know the snake is really cute. I wasn't impressed when I saw the trailer. But when I saw it in action, I was more like, yeah, the snake is really cute. Worst case, the PT is cut down. My worst case is that I won't have currency to try again. Like, there was no coming back of finality, was there? Or was there a repetition of finality? Kiana? I don't remember, actually. If there were like a returning banner. Or Kiana, the finality. What are you doing? The Psycho Gacha. Coralie. Is she even on this banner though? Earthquake. Coralie! Another Coralie. Is it some kind of sign? Or is it like a warning not to try again? Returnee recommendation. Thank you. Why are you popping up though? Nothing. I think this is my last. Because I don't have more. Oh! Granda. Coralie again. What was that? Was it like a commemorative, like kinda, you know? That was sad. No, I can't purchase. I wonder why I didn't use this. Nah. Nothing. What is this used for? You can't use it to buy more currency, sadly. Yeah, I thought that might be the case. I usually got Kiana on like 40, 50. But I am not playing this game that much. I won't earn enough points to try again. That's why I didn't want to try. Because earning this amount of points that I've had takes me months. Like a lot of months. So the banner will be long over. And there is no 50-50. You will get someone you want. I don't know if I will want anyone. We could also still do single. Hoping for something. But I don't know how many there are. What is this sound when you get a 5-star? Does it change the sound? I forget all. Do I have 4 more? So it would be 30. I get some weird weapons from this banner. I have enough to go to first. Yay! This is so sad. This is sadder. This is someone, but not who I expected. But I guess I have Coralie now on the higher level. Here you are.
もう少しサボりたいのに。
Arranca.
結局大人になれなかったの。
SS Coralie, I hope you are alive.
出撃準備。道は疎にして勝つ
are
な
now
し。
S.
道
Wow.
は疎にして勝つながし。
Magic. I got the doggo as a consolation prize. You could say that. But I got the doggo. But this is the first time that I didn't get Kiana early. Like with her share of flame shot and with the her share of finality, I both times got Kiana at actually 4. Both times. Now I have 200 crystals. What is this? I didn't know there was a reward for someone I don't even own. There's so many shops. Too many. This is actually very overwhelming of the game. Too many shops, too many events. This is shot. Which shop? I actually get lost in those shops. There's too many. Ah, here. I can't guarantee I will remember. Oil vacation. You can also get elf fragments to get an elf. Well, I suck at getting enough fragments from an elf. Like I say, I am poor! Especially in Honkai Impact 4. I am so poor in this game. Anyway. Oh wait, returning rewards. What are those? Also for some shops. I don't remember every shop in this game. There's too many there. There's too many there. I don't get them. I feel overwhelmed. I like you can get the fragments once you reach 75, you can have an elf. I know! I have one! But I suck at getting more. Like, I have Astral off character. Because I was lucky and I got Songche. Songche. Trying to be Chinese here. I suck at it. Trying Chinese is hard. I don't know what phone is. Phones? I never heard of them. I am just not native English speaker, and you tell me that I have to say the Chinese name right. It's so hard. Who I should raid? Boom, 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 boom. I wonder what are you? don't know that. Why? Why me? There are only people online who don't speak English. Okay, maybe we can go because this is weekend. Okay, here's your trade message. I don't know if it will work. Thank you for dropping by and thank you for the raid again. Glitchy Mirror. It was really nice to have you here. And I hope you enjoyed the stream. See you tomorrow, I think. Though I will play different things. Bye bye!